So, good morning, everyone. We have a bit of time to continue with the text and hopefully get some benefit. So, we can go straight into this. It's a section beginning the five perfections. So, he says, Omani Pemi Hung Shri, which is, as we know, the root mantra for Chenrezig, because for us as human beings, the blessing of Chenrezig, the softening of our heart is very important. We live in a world of aggression where hard men are pushing and pushing in all directions. So when we turn our mind towards Chenrezig, we believe in the possibility that kindness and goodness is stronger than anything else. Sometimes this seems like a stupid belief when we see the power of the generals in Myanmar and so on. But what is vital, I think, in this time is as many people as possible stop idealizing violence. On British television, there is an obsession with violence, especially in police dramas. There's good people, and the good people have to be violent to stop the bad people. But when we enter into Dharma, we turn away from aversion, anger, hostility, and open ourselves to the strength of gentleness. So Lama Chetsangpa continues, all of us who have obtained a precious human existence with the freedoms and blessings and who wish to practice Dharma should consider the following. So he keeps reminding us that we have a good chance in this life, a very rare and precious chance. And that in remembering this opportunity, it gives us an orientation and an intention. The orientation is that we can use the chance to study and practice to shift the veils of illusion that we are trapped with. And our intention is to keep turning towards Dharma. When we look at karma, we see these four aspects. The first is to be trapped in a dualistic vision of life. From this arises intentions of ourself as the subject towards some object, a person or a thing. Then we act on the object in order to bring what we want. And then we review what has been achieved, and we are glad that it has happened this way. At first, it's difficult for us to even comprehend what it means to be trapped in duality. But we can have a clearer sense of the second stage of the arising of an intention within us and the possibility of mobilizing towards its enactment. So when we think of Dharma, we are developing an intention towards enlightenment. On a relative level, this generates positive impulses, or what we might call good karma. And it also protects us against going under the power of negative intentions. So if you are a bit late and you have to run to the train station, even though you're going past your favorite cafe, you can't stop. This is the protective power of a clear intention. So the more we are aware of our situation, the better. So now he goes on to describe the five perfections. The word for this in Tibetan is punsum tsok, which means the gathering or the assembly of all that is good. So when we think of these five perfections, they are a way of confirming for ourselves that the path or the way in which we want to travel is truly valid. As we've looked before, and there are many stimulating factors or provocations which occur, which can turn our mind towards worries and concerns and so on. This generation of excessive mental activity has no benefits. And so being aware of the perfections helps to keep us on track. So he says, the perfection of place is to stay in a solitary hermitage. If something is solitary, it is apart. It's not being pushed and pulled by what's happening. Most of us don't have the opportunity to live in that kind of solitude. Though this coronavirus has perhaps given us the chance to reflect on how we can drop so much busyness if we have to. When you're told that in order to protect your life and the lives of other people, you have to stay in your house, then going out becomes less and less attractive. I would like to go out, but it's a bit dangerous. This is a main Dharma teaching as well. Although we say samsara, there are many attractive and interesting things available here. But these things look sweet, but are dangerous. So a solitary hermitage means for people like us to review how much social activity we engage in. And the key thing is to do it with a sense of equanimity. It's not so helpful to say, oh, the world is a terrible place, I need to get away from it, because that brings its own dualism. Rather, we can see that because I have this intention towards awakening, towards really being present with my mind as it is, then being involved in many different activities as if they were truly important is not helpful. So we want to avoid reinforcing the seeming charge or valency of phenomena as good or bad. So it's better for us to focus the fact we're going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. How much practice will we manage to do before we die? On your flat, your house, you have a lock on the door. You don't want thieves to come in and steal your possessions. But even if something precious is stolen, you can probably replace it or get something similar. But if situations and other people steal your time, nobody can replace that for you. It's not that people are bad or wrong. They phone you up and they want to have a chat. They want you to confirm their reality, that they exist and are valid in their existence. There is a question of whether it's ethical to do that or not. So to be solitary is to have a sense of the possibility of avoiding entering into turbulence. There is outer turbulence of events, and the inner turbulence of being very reactive to sensations, feelings, thoughts, and so on. There's the turbulence of regrets and pride about things in the past. There's the turbulence of hopes and fears about imagined events in the future. So to be solitary is to rest in the moment. If you stay exactly on this moment, because this moment will vanish by itself, it will free you from turbulence. And if you stay precisely on this moment, you will always be in the solitary. Each moment is the infinity of this. It's only through dualistic thinking that we compare and contrast this moment with another moment as if they were things. So this kind of solitary life can be found everywhere. Solitary doesn't mean without compassion, because the less disturbed and preoccupied you are, the more space you have to see the true situation of others. The perfection of teacher is to meet an accomplished guru. So this means being able to make use of the teacher. The teacher might know many things and be able to show many things in their way of life, but if we don't receive it, then it's not much good. So the perfection is the meeting between the availability of the resources of the teacher and the availability of the longing to learn in the student. The perfection of Dharma is to practice the unsurpassed Vajrayana. Vajrayana means indestructible vehicle. Means if you enter into this vehicle, it will definitely take you to your goal, because nothing can stand in its way. Vajra is the indestructibility of emptiness. So that is our Dharma concerned with the absence of inherent existence. That when we do the practice, if we do a practice of Padmasambhava, for example, then you live your life in the mandala of Padmasambhava. And if you want to use a symbolic language, if you do Dzogchen, for example, the simple Guru Yoga of the 3 hours, then you live within the heart space of Samantabhadra. The perfection of the Dharma is not just the quality of the Dharma, but that it is how we live. It's the best thing. So when we find ourselves full of judgments and opinions, if you can recognize that these are also the play of the open empty mind, then you can stay with them and allow them to come and go as they do. But if you feel yourself trapped inside them, if you are taking them too seriously, then it's important to release in the out breath and open to some space again. You don't need to push them away, but you also don't need to be caught up in them. You can follow the middle way, staying balanced and open, whatever is occurring. So the function of relaxing into the out breath is simply to return to the spaciousness which is untroubled by the movement. The perfection of retinue, or the circle that is around us, is the assembly of male and female practitioners who are in harmony with the Dharma. As far as I know, there's not many Buddhists on the street where I live. So then does that mean that I am deprived of the assembly of male and female practitioners? If we see the ground, the basis, the source, everything is the display of the mind. So if I think, oh, in my street there are many Muslims and Muslims don't follow Buddha Dharma, this is a series of thoughts. The nature of thoughts is that they are empty. If I have a prejudicial mind, can turn Muslim into something other than Dharma. But these are just ideas. So if we are in harmony with Dharma, we can find that everything is in harmony with Dharma. The middle way means don't blame the other and don't blame yourself. But if you start to solidify, release and relax. Then finally, he says the perfection of time is the present time in which you practice to gain enlightenment in one lifetime. Our conceptual habituation allows us to divide time into past, present, and future. This is the world or life as it appears mediated through concepts. So if I can release myself from the reliance on interpretation through concepts, then this time is the open time of revelation. Dzogchen indicates the great inclusion, the great whole. Everything is already here. So we don't have to try to get somewhere else. It is in fact the idea of somewhere else, someone else, some other thing I could be doing, which hides the truth of my situation from myself. So the perfection of time is the infinite time of now. Everything which is possible in this moment is already here. To see non-duality is to be freed from objectification. This is difficult for many people. We believe in real things, the street where we live, where the local shops are, and so on. We say, these things are there just because they're there. If there isn't a fire or a bomb, they will be there again tomorrow. This is common sense. It's obvious. But from a Dharma point of view, it's delusion. When we talk about the absence of inherent existence, it indicates that the street and the shops are not there just because they're there, but because with the ripening of my karmic tendencies, this is the karmic vision that arises for me. So some people go to the shops to steal. They are filled with the hope of getting something for nothing and the fear of being identified as a thief. If you're not going to steal, your experience of the shop is very different. If you have diabetes, then the delicious sweet things in the shop are not for you. That's just on a relative level. But if you start to observe your mind, you see how you are creating the shop for yourself. Although we are avoiding a big division between subject and object, on a relative level, we can say there is a potential on the object side and a potential on the subject side. The potential on the object side is the appearance, the phenomena, the light, the shape, the color, which is there as the shop. That potential doesn't manifest 100%. I enter into the shop with something in my mind. I want to buy bananas and rice. The vegetables and fruit are laid together. As I look towards the bananas, I see the apples. Oh, they look good. The color of the apple in catching my attention and my interest manifests as a desirable apple. The potential of the apple is born with my interest and desire. Your gaze goes round the shelves. These objects remain neutral. They don't do anything. Something is there, but it's nothing for me. So it's as if it's nothing there. It's very important for practice to see this. It's not that your mind creates everything out of nothing, nothing, nothing. There is a potential in the shapes and colors and patterns. But it is the movement of how your mind interacts with these which gives birth to your experience. So again, with the example of the tantric deities in Yabyum, in sexual union, the method, which is the male, and the emptiness manifest as the female, meet together in a union or non-duality. And this is the non-duality of appearance and emptiness. But part of the appearance is also movements of the five poisons: desire, anger, aversion, and so on. So when we are not in touch with emptiness and we are not noticing the items on the shelves in the shop, they are nothing for me because I don't desire them. But on another day, they could be something for me. So this nothing for me is not the same as emptiness. But because one object, if you like, can either be something or nothing according to my mood, my interest, my attention. We see that this is not an objective object. It's not there just in itself. It is a potential of relatedness. So this is samsara. Samsara is the potential of manifestation of seemingly real separate entities. And things are brought into meaning for us according to the patterning of our intention and mobilization. We can see this just by observing animals, that they access different worlds. London skies are full of seagulls, and they have a very, as far as I can tell, they have a very different life from the pigeons. The pigeons can enjoy gliding. They put their wings out and woo, like a child going down a slide. But the seagulls, they are the real professionals. They can fly in any direction with such grace and beauty. That is to say, their embodiment and the capacity of their senses offers them a particular revelation of the potential of the environment. This is the co-emergence of the potential object side and the potential subject side. Neither is a fixed thing. There is no inherent existence in any phenomena. So if you tell your friend about how beautifully the birds were flying, you're talking about ideas. The idea is on one level an object, but it's clearly a thin object, an almost empty object. Luckily, of course, your friend, hearing the description of the seagulls, imagines for themselves what a seagull is like, and so they can thicken your description with their own imagination. All of this is occurring in the present moment. The past and the future are now. So this is the perfection of time. Because when you see that everything is in this one point, you don't have to go here and there gathering a bit of this and a bit of that. You yourself are at the center of time. So we have the register of the three times: past, relative present, and future. The relative present is not the same as this solitary or infinite present. So we have access to these five perfections. These five aspects he's describing are often used to think about life situation. So in terms of the Sambhogakaya dimension, the existence in the Buddha realms, these five perfections manifest as the five certainties, because the place is always the highest Buddha realm, the Okmin, and the Akanishta Dharmadhatu. The teacher is always a fully enlightened Buddha, and so on. In terms of the Nirmanakaya, there are the five uncertainties, because the place is wherever there is a possibility of study and practice. The teacher manifests in a form which fits with that situation. So we can see that as an ideal, you can set out a beautiful, perfect display. And maybe one day we get there. When we die, we go to Dzogchen. But in this world, it's more messy. Things are uncertain, unfixed. This makes it more difficult, because when you see the teacher, you see their limitations, then you can think, oh, they're not very good. But maybe that's the only teacher I have, so let's see what's possible. Small faith, like a small cup, doesn't collect very much. That is to say, in this world, we are very prone to judgments and opinions. This is the projection of your own habitual tendencies. You already know what your mind can come up with. So in our embodied world, we have to find the pure line that lets us see this place is the place of practice. This teacher is the person who will help me to practice. This Dharma is the Dharma that I need to practice. This situation of people around me, which could be family or colleagues or any kind of people you have to have contact with, these are the people who help me to avoid duality. How they are, as perceived through your karmic lens, is an invitation to enjoyment, to love, to irritation, frustration, many different flavors. And for this, we should be very grateful. The content of the mind is movement. They are helping my mind to keep moving. The movement of the mind is empty and without any essential truth or inherent existence. So it is my mind that can make everyone I meet part of the pure Sangha. When we see these paintings of Buddha Shakyamuni sitting under the Bodhi tree at the time of enlightenment, and he's being provoked in various ways by different maras, different demons. How lucky he was to have such maras. They allowed him to be clear that his mind was Vajra, was unalterable in the face of these provocations. So we could even see these maras were his allies. They were the exam board. Like a PhD student, he had been studying for 6 years in the desert. And now it's examination day and the panel is there. And they try from all kinds of points of view to put his thesis into question. He is calm, clear. Bravo. Maybe the Maras were also happy. They think, oh, our best student. So in that way, you have to keep your mind flexible about Dharma so you can apply it to your life. Most of us are not in Buddhist countries. There are no symbols in the street to remind us of our practice. It is up to us to see the Dharma which is everywhere. So he then says, now at this time when the 5 perfections are present, it is necessary to practice the holy Dharma that leads to Buddhahood. He has said this many times in his text. It's necessary to practice now. Don't get lost. We know how to get lost. So only we can do this. If you were living with a group of yogis, they would remind you that you were getting lost. If you make contact with your group of friends, they probably encourage you to get lost. Everything is real, it's so interesting or so terrible. So you have to be careful. So then he says, regarding the practice of Dharma, firstly, with the preliminary of developing the bodhicitta or altruistic intention, which rejects seeking only your own welfare and happiness, you should decisively abandon all the worldly activities of this life. So we decide, I will devote my life, not just this life, but all my future lives, to achieving benefit of liberation for all beings. This is a big promise. If we make a big promise, we have to have a big heart. You open your heart by understanding emptiness. All the beings who I wish to liberate are already free of ignorance. As we have already looked with Chetsangpa, the mind itself is primordially pure. It has never been touched by any of the transient ideas, feelings, and so on which pass through it. So I will awaken all beings from the deluding dream or nightmare of duality. the walls of the prison they are trapped in are made of dreams, or like a mirage, like a story, a fairy tale. This is why we can help people to be free. If they were really and truly trapped and limited beings, how could they become Buddhas? They are trapped by a misperception, by seeing things the wrong way. They see life situations and events as strongly real. If I want to free them from this, I need to not see things as strongly real and not to see other people as strongly real. We can see how people behave, we can hear what they say to us, but we don't need to take it seriously. This is everything that we see is an illusion. So he has said, you should decisively abandon all the worldly activities of this life. We are facing huge ecological crisis. You can know this. You can learn about this. You can do something about this with an intention to benefit all beings. The one thing not to do is to worry about it. Worry and anxiety are ways of massaging density into phenomena. The 5 elements are unstable. When forest fires are burning, they are burning because the balance of the 5 elements, which manifests as a tree, is destabilized quickly by the presence of fire, the excessive presence of fire. So in this sentence, he is presenting us with a great challenge. How to work for the benefit of all beings, when many of these beings are in situations which bring them pain and suffering and are caused by the ignorance and stupidity of other beings. On a relative level, we can do a little bit to help. But this is tricky because once you start learning more about the amount of money that's spent on selling weapons and developing new forms of destruction, it's very easy to be upset. I heard that this American and NATO and other countries' presence in Afghanistan had cost $2 trillion. Think how many hospitals could be built with this money, how many good teachers could be properly trained, and so on. It's easy to feel mad, crazy at this strange world we live in. So we have to see this is a kind of Mara. This is a kind of demon for us. This is the Mara of a liberal ethical sensibility, because we start to vibrate at the injustice of the world. We can't change it personally. What we do is we agitate ourselves. So it is like this. I will do what I can with the understanding that this situation is devoid of inherent existence. It is a pattern of manifestation. This is very difficult. On the one hand, many people are indifferent. They don't care. On the other hand, for many issues now, there are people on the street protesting with banners and shouting slogans and so on. We see, we care, but what we care about is the way people will be trapped by their belief that the situation is inherently real. So abandoning all the worldly activities means abandoning the beliefs, interpretations, and attitudes which promote a dualistic experience. So what we want to do is to abandon the beliefs and the interpretations and the activities which generate a dualistic position. You can be in the world functioning with other people without resting in a dualistic conceptualization. As so many Dharma texts say, and so many Dharma teachers say, everything is like a dream. There is appearance, but no substance to the appearance. This is the middle way. If you say there is substance when there is no substance, this is what is called eternalism, imagining there is an enduring thingness which is there. If you say, oh, it's just illusion, it'll vanish, it doesn't matter, that's the extreme of a nihilistic point of view. So in the previous times, when we looked at Chetsangpa, we looked at how ignorance develops. Once the ignoring of the ever open ground becomes a pathway, it ripens as a sense of I am a subject in a world. The details of the world are established by the interpretive signs and concepts that I apply to outer objects and inner aspects of myself. And due to this, I find myself acting in a way which develops tendencies and karmic traces that will ripen later, but I am blind to how this karmic process works. So this is the revelation of the Buddhas. When we see situations where dictatorships deprive the people of proper medical care for this coronavirus, when we see that there are middlemen who want to make a big profit out of manipulating the distribution of drugs, when we see there are governments that bomb hospitals in their own country, it is very tempting to say they are bad people. But even in the first teachings of the Buddha, he says there are no people. He says there are the 5 skandhas, the 5 ingredients or constituents: form, feeling, perception, associations, consciousness. These operate to generate the sense of a Pudgala, a person. And in Mahayana, we have our understanding of emptiness and so on. So when he says, you should decisively abandon all worldly activities of this life, all activity arises from the mind. If you yourself are developing thoughts that this is real, this is truly bad, these people are terrible, then you are cooking up worldly activity. Equanimity is not indifference. You have love and kindness and hope for the liberation of all beings. On a practical level, we can do what we can when we have some money to offer to charities or to help people directly. But if we do this without the clarity that it is an illusion, then it is just another worldly activity. Okay, so we take a break now for back at 1:45. Good, thank you. Right. So then he says, then remembering the ascetic and diligent practice of the former adepts, with determination you should give up concern for food, clothing, and social identity. Again, this is not that we should. It depends on the point of view. It's not that with this practice, it's not that we should feel disgust for samsara. We should see the emptiness of samsara. For example, I am alive because I'm breathing in and out. So I am like a balloon, expand and contract. So if I think, oh, I wonder if people like my balloon, that's a little bit silly. So we know that the self is an illusion. Do you like my illusory self? Do you like my balloon body? When you start to look at the actuality, the how it isness of your situation, it's not so difficult to see. It's like a dream. So when you sit to eat some food, you can greet it respectfully. Hello, future shit. That's what it is. So if you stay with impermanence and the process of existence, whatever you take to be important, you can see as situationally important, and the situations change. So when you still feel yourself going under the power of social identity or status or feeling that you're beautiful, whatever it would be, try to stay present with the arising of this particular patterning and observe how it shifts and moves from your mind. If people like us, is that a proof that we are likable? Or is that a proof that their mind is under the power of a dualistic delusion? They only like me because they are deluded. And they imagine that I am who they think I am, but I am not. So hopes and fears, intimacy, distance, and so on, these are just like the waves in the ocean. If we do find ourselves moving with an intensity of attachment, we have to remember it's not the object. The object itself is the revelation of emptiness. The issue is with our attachment, our belief, our investment. So, however our life is structured, without changing the outer forms, by observing the arising of the fluctuations of our interest and involvement, we can see that the glue that is binding me into a perceived importance in the object is a very unreliable glue. That is to say, the patterning of what I take as the object, the patterning what I take off as the subject, and also the patterning of what I take to be my involvement or attachment. These three are all changing. So it is attachment which is the problem, because there has to be an object, a thing, a noun, something which we can get hold of. So we have these concepts: emptiness, absence of inherent self-nature, compounded. And yet in the moment of attachment, it seems so clear there is something there. I want that. But it is my own creation. What this is for me is not necessarily what it is for anyone else. Like the items in the local shop, this is a potential which will manifest or not according to the energy of our mind. So generally, he's talking about ascetic practice. Generally, this means not eating very much and not having warm clothing even when it's cold, facing some kind of suffering and trying to make it beneficial. But for us, in our lives, the true ascetic practice is to avoid investment in whatever occurs as being strongly real. The body is not the enemy. You don't have to torture it. Your emotions are not the enemy. The problem is when we imagine that our sensations and our feelings and our thoughts are telling us the truth about something. We take them as being referential. They are addressing a reference, something which is there, which we can attend to. But everything which appears is empty. If I say, I love you, this is a statement in this moment. There is no enduring you. So you might say, but will you love me tomorrow? How will you be tomorrow? The you of tomorrow and the you of today will not be the same. You refers to a how, a showing. And it is how you are that makes me say, I love you. But if I misinterpret you as a what, then instead of you being your bright presence in this moment, you become an entity, an existence that will be the same tomorrow. So, will I still love you tomorrow? Of course, because I am deluded. If I'm clear, who knows? No one can say. But love is blind, so I love you forever, although you're going to die. Will I love your dead body? On the first day, perhaps. I look at you and I cry. I might even kiss your corpse. But after a couple of weeks, when the maggots are moving around inside you, will I love you? I might be able to make use of your body for some extreme form of pornography. I'm sure there are some people who would be excited at the prospect of sex with a body whose flesh is crumbling and greasy in their hands. But that is not you. Who are you? The fact is, I will never know you because you are not a thing. You are a revelation of potential which manifests with many flavors, expressions, postures, gestures, and so on. So, asceticism for meditators is to be very careful about investing true reality in phenomena. This is what we renounce. In return, we gain access to the world of light, the world of immediacy, the world of revelation. So, between grasping at things which have no truth to them, or relaxing and opening to the brightness of the ground, this is our choice. So then he says, just take enough food to stay alive, wear just enough clothing to protect yourself from the wind, and practice without being concerned with this life. Clearly, in Tibet, many, many yogis lived in this way, both male and female, because they were aware of the seductive power of pleasure. But not only that, that when pleasure arises for you on the basis of the object, then it's very easy to believe that you make me happy. This you could be a person, a dog, a bar of chocolate. You are the cause of my happiness. Oh, I am dependent on you for my happiness. I am vulnerable. You can die, you can leave me, and so on. Object fixation creates dependency. When we read the text, it says that the nature of the mind is awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, and happiness or bliss and emptiness. The mind itself is happy. Suffering arises from causes. This is the Buddha's first teaching. Suffering exists or manifests for us. It has a cause. And the cause can be removed or ended, and then we can have a path to that absence of suffering. So if you look at these 4 points together, it means suffering is not innate, it's not intrinsic, it is not an aspect of the mind itself. Suffering arises due to causes and conditions. It is relative to circumstances. Ordinary happiness is relative according to circumstances. The happiness which is described as intrinsic, as inseparable from emptiness, does not arise from causes and conditions. But if our mental life is preoccupied by looking for happiness from some objects and trying to avoid suffering that might arise from contact with other objects, then because we are always involved with our projections and identifications and the flickering content of our own mind, we have no space to open to awareness itself and experience its intrinsic happiness. So, in our cultures now, people often have an anxiety about the future. I have to save for my old age. And so we maybe work longer hours than we need to. What's important to recognize is, how I allocate my time is being directed by anxiety. Wow, I know I'm going to die. I don't know how long I will live. I'm alive today, and I have to go into work to this job I hate in order to have some money in the future. Maybe I wouldn't get as much money in another job. So I'm sacrificing my happiness for my imagined future. So it's important for each of us to review our life. What are the hopes and fears and fantasies which govern how we engage with this bright present awareness? So this is the main thing of this not indulging yourself. It's not so much the wind which chills us as fearful fantasies. But I want to be safe. I want to stop other people doing bad things to me. Well, if we trust the teaching of the Buddha, bad things will happen because of our karma. Accidents can happen very easily. On the radio, I was listening to an interview with a woman who is in a wheelchair. A healthy young woman. She had been walking across a square and was turning a corner. And a man committing suicide jumped out of a window and landed on her. It's damaged her spine, and now for the rest of her life, she'll be in a wheelchair. You might say, oh, what a terrible accident. This then makes us some kind of victim of unknown forces. The understanding of karma says what arises for me now is a vision, a field of experience manifesting due to my own previous behavior. So if you want to protect yourself on a general level, you can generate merit by being kind to others and helping to introduce people to Dharma in various ways. You can do Vajrasattva practice for purification. When you do it's a tantric practice, if you do that, when you receive the 4 lights of initiation, this is also a great purification. But in particular for us, when we do the Guru Yoga of the White R and we rest in this space in which awareness is present, but not as a thing, then happy thoughts, sad thoughts arise, happy events, sad events arise. They are revealed in the field or the openness of clarity, but they do not touch or limit or defile the mind itself. This is the true profound protection. And so instead of trying to manage events and manipulate circumstances, the instruction of the teachers in the lineage is always, you are stuck in this fog of your personality. Release yourself from the fog. The fog is held in place by attachment. Then the intrinsic purity of the mind is revealed. There is no stronger protection than this. In the Tantra, they say, Benza Raksha Raksha, means Vajra or emptiness is the indestructible protection. So, outer simplicity is useful, but inner simplicity is much more useful. So, again, he's giving us a reminder. Moreover, having gained an existence with the freedoms and blessings, if you are not adhering to the path of liberation, then please remember that this precious human body is very difficult to get and is very easily destroyed. Now you might think, oh, I thought we were going to be looking at Dzogchen today. Now we're looking again and again at these very basic outer teachings, but don't enter into judgment. If you think this is high, this is low, this is the supreme teaching and so on, this is just your opinion. He is saying, you have a precious opportunity, it will not last. If you don't use it, you are stupid. This body will vanish. This is for sure. We don't know what the cause of our death will be. No doubt new kinds of viruses will arise. New forms of disease will arise. We will certainly die. What should I do? Find your mind. So it says, it is uncertain when you will die, and at that time only the holy Dharma is of benefit, nothing else. As some of you will know well, in the traditional teaching of the Bardos, the intermediate periods which structure our life and death, once our connection with this seemingly substantial form starts to loosen, the subtle form of the elements starts to dissolve one into the other, earth to water, water into fire, fire into wind, wind into space. In that final moment, our consciousness, which had been in its eightfold form, the five senses, mental consciousness, plus the consciousness is connected with the five poisons and the ground of all consciousness. These gather together into a subtle consciousness which is present with space, and at that point there is a collapse of the subject-object theater we have been inhabiting. Then there is darkness, infinite space, nothing to hold on to. We have been in a busy life, preoccupied with many, many phenomena, and now we have nothing, and we go unconscious because the consciousness has nothing to hold on to. Now, if we have been doing Dharma practice and simply sitting or doing tantric dissolving, we are used to the experience of having nothing. So when we do the Guru Yoga, we release ourselves from being a subject in constant conversation with objects. That is to say, the energy of subject and object continue to swirl around, but we disidentify with it. Usually I feel this is me, but following the view that we receive in the teaching, we say, oh, this is not me. So to continue to identify with this takes me away from the relaxed presence in open awareness. I'm here, relaxed, open, with nothing. Then the nothing fills with all kinds of appearances. That's why we sit with our eyes open, with our senses open. So it's the same when you die. For a while, there is nothing at all, and then peaceful deities arise, wrathful deities arise, and so on. So that's why he's saying it, at the time of death, only the Dharma will help you. That doesn't mean that you should try to remember Dharma, because conceptual Dharma will dissolve because it's a thought and all thoughts are vanishing. What really helps is to open to the your potential, your intrinsic potential to be present with nothing, awareness and emptiness. Consciousness is our mental activity of working with objects. We think about things, outer things, material things, inner things, memories, hopes, fears, and so on. Our thinking is object-oriented. Even our feelings are object-oriented. So maybe One day, you meet a friend. They say, "Oh, you look happy." Yeah, yeah, I'm happy. Has something happened? What's changed in your life? I don't know. I'm just happy. So it seems as if the happiness has no object. But if you attend to that feeling of happiness, you're happy at being happy. Happiness is able to expand and pervade through you because it's unobstructed, but also because it's feeding on itself. If somebody stabbed you or kicked you, you would have a new object to relate to. The feeling tone would not be happy. So the more you stay close to yourself and allow the nature of memory, sensation, feeling to reveal itself, then you can see, oh, these are subtle objects. If there is an experience, there is an experiencer, which means polarity. No, however life is occurring, the more you try to make sense of it, thinking about your life, thinking about why people do what they do, and so on, you are maintaining the structure of duality. And when you die, your great facility in moving within this structure will not help you. Emptiness is the currency of the first bardo at death, the chunyi bardo, the bardo of how it is. So it helps in this life to get used to it. Then he says, when you die, you will have to be born again within the six realms and will have to rotate rapidly through the different places in samsara, like water pouring into the speeding buckets of a water wheel. We live in a world of stuff, and we think that we also are a kind of stuff, a something, a someone. When we look back, we see, oh, so many experiences have arisen for me. And even in this moment, I am experiencing how I am arising in this moment. So, yeah, I am a flow of experience, but I am me. And so, in some ways, the ego self is like a little cork floating on the surface of this flow of experience. As he said, when the water flows down from the river into the buckets of the water wheel, it goes into one bucket and another, and the weight of the water keeps the wheel turning. That is to say, movement causes movement. I am movement. We are all movement. The breath, the blood, the chemical movements of our body, our walking, talking, and so on. This is the vital point. You are not a thing. You are a movement within movement. Someone is sweet to you and you smile. Somebody says something unkind and you're upset. Moving, moving, moving. The sense of yourself as unchanging is an idea. And when we looked at the development of ignorance, we saw this is the very first idea. It's called Dabni Chikpo Marikpa, the ignoring of the open, non-dual integrated ground occurring with this sudden, momentary, singular somethingness, a sudden kind of coalescing, like a parent with a small child. It's been a long, hard day. They didn't want to go to sleep. Now they're sleeping. You also sleep. But suddenly you're awake. You hear them crying. In an instant, your energy formulates around, oh, it's like a condensation. Before you were relaxed and spacious, and now, oh, you get up quickly to do something. So this first, this first ignoring is a contraction, a stuff which seems to be apart from the flow. The flow is the energy of emptiness. But when it gets pulled together, when it gets dense, then it becomes opaque, like mist gathering together and moving from hazy to impenetrable with your gaze. So that's what he's saying, that although you will be moving from experience to experience to experience, unable to uh, control the movement of the situation. I remember my first day in primary school, and I was outside the school holding with both hands onto the fence around the school and crying and telling my mother, I'm not going, I'm not going. I didn't want to go to school, but I was 5 years of age, and that's what you have to do at 5 years of age in England or in Scotland. And you start to see my feelings don't determine the world. My feelings flavor my experience, but they are not in charge of what happens. And so you're swept along, growing up, going through the stages, study, work, falling in love, falling out of love, and so on. So the ego is in this strange position. It's flowing in the flow, but it returns to itself as, well, I'm just me. But the content of just me arises due to causes and conditions. That is to say, I am not my own. What I call I, me, myself, is like a ever shifting site, built like a building site where some new structure is suddenly arising. I'm like this, I'm like that. So he's saying, look at this, look at this. This is really scary. You have so little power. If you are young and healthy, when you go out walking, look at the old people in the park walking with a stick. If you said to them, I give you 100 euros if you run to the next tree, they just look at you. Who are you talking to? I don't run. You are young and healthy. You can go running every day in your nice trainer shoes. They were like you. When they were young, they could not imagine not being able to run. They thought they knew who they were. Who they were then was a pattern, a construct. Due to causes and conditions, they can no longer return to that pattern and construct. So there you see what is meant by mental dullness or stupidity. The ego, I walk past the church, see the gravestones. Oh, that's sad for them. I hear the ambulance with the siren taking someone to the hospital. Oh, oh, that's sad for them. My life is different. This is a stupid ego. We will die. This is why he is saying this, that the ego is a delusion and the fantasy of a permanent self is a lie, it's a falsity. If you keep grasping this delusion, you will be tight because you're holding on, desperately trying to have something secure and predictable and reliable. The Buddha says, oh, this is a big mistake. Please don't do this. Be kind to yourself. Can you not see that this grasping, which you believe is keeping you safe, is in fact the cause of your suffering? This is why when we do our sitting practice, our focus is on relaxing and releasing. In this first moment of ignoring that I was describing, this contraction, this densification, it contracts and then it splits. And then you have subject and object. Actually, nothing has split. subject and object are both modes of experience arising in clarity. But because we identify only with what we take to be my subject self, there is all this other stuff. Some I like, some I don't like. But sometimes I get the things I don't like, and I don't get the things I do like. That's how the Buddha describes suffering. That is to say, the ever moving, changing patterning of the world and the ever moving, changing pattern of I, me, myself don't fit together very well. Anxiety is the base note, the basic flavor of the ego, because it is false. It lives a lie. It says, I have my life. I'm in charge of my life. I am autonomous. But this is not true. So when you live in the ego, the truth seems terribly shaming. I'm a fraud. No, you are an illusion. But if you don't allow yourself to be a self-dissolving illusion, you become a dark delusion, which then is truly fraudulent. So he says, so do not end up wasting this life in vacillation, for now is the time to practice to gain Buddhahood. Maybe what the Buddha says is true, maybe not. I like the poems of Rumi, maybe that approach is better for me. Yeah, there are many, many things in this world which are interesting and attractive. The question is, do they bring you to the door of awakening? So you have to decide, what will be the focus of my attention? Maybe this, maybe that. Then you're comparing and contrasting. Then everything is relative. But the simple intrinsic is not relative to anything else. The thoughts that we have are human thoughts. They are human developments or inventions. Whether you study engineering or surfing, you have someone to show you how to do it, and you build up a body of knowledge. These are constructs. Mind itself is not a construct. If you devote your life to studying constructs, then when you die, all the constructs will dissolve. So the path of Dzogchen is non-constructive. It is deconstructive. We let go of the patterns which we have held together as being the guarantors of our identity. And then we're just open. How that is, very difficult to say. We're moving beyond language. Language talks about things, but we are in a thingless openness. So that's what he's saying. Don't maybe in your life go for something, whatever it is, and if it's Dharma, then this Dharma path is a good one. Remembering the difficulty of gaining the freedoms and blessings and the fact of death and impermanence, encourage yourself with the whip of great diligence and commitment, for this is the time when you must truly separate yourself from samsara. This is a wonderful opportunity. We have to open ourselves to it. Samsara, all these, all these 6 realms of samsara, hells and heavens, every possibility arises from identification. We inhabit a situation by identifying with it. On that first day to my primary school, I was outside the school saying, I am a little boy who runs around in the field. And my mother is saying, now you're a schoolboy. I don't want to be a schoolboy. I like the big field and I climb the trees. That's me. But then I learned to be a schoolboy. So we are so flexible, so creative, so adaptive. We feel that we have one identity, but then something happens and, oh, we find a way to enter into this new identity. And in order to fully inhabit this identity, I have to forget the previous identity. This is me. This is me according to circumstances. Circumstances I did not make. So this is how we go from one life to another, one situation to another. The ego is a great survivor. If we follow the teachings and it makes sense to us, we see that our consciousness is sometimes bright and sometimes it's dull. We could take birth as a cow, as a frog. These are possible. If you look at a frog, has big eyes, looking around, looking for food, looking for danger, ready to jump. Oh, we could have that experience. That is to say, consciousness is a potential which can manifest into the formation possibility of the 5 elements. And then for a while, that would be us. Just me, just a frog, just a schoolboy, for a while. In each of these situations, empty mind is offering the space to empty experience. And although empty experience is never separate from empty mind, due to the habit of ignoring empty mind, empty experience doesn't see empty mind and imagines that it is an entity somewhere. I exist in this world full of other things that exist. If I am a human, I like ice cream. If I'm a frog, I like flies. If I'm a cow, I like grass. So the potential of the field reveals itself according to my embodiment. So hopefully you see how rare and precious is this possibility to awaken from these dreams of identification with illusion. So now we have a break for 1 hour and we meet again, hopefully refreshed. So bye for now. See you in some time. Very good. Okay. So we are now we go. He's repeating now the instruction about Guru Yoga. So I'll go through it quite quickly because we already had a whole day on this. But, hopefully you can see that repetition is very important. That we have to study, we have to read and remember and think about and ask questions until we are clear not only what we are doing, but why we are doing it. So he says, moreover, although there are said to be an inconceivable number of ways for practitioners to enter the Dharma, their epitome is as follows. We don't have time to study a lot of Dharma. We learn a bit about this and a bit about that. But if we get to the main point and we stay with the main point, then we can really have some good success. So he says the preliminary is to develop the intention to gain perfect enlightenment for the sake of all beings. This is the great antidote to judgment, to inclusion and exclusion as a polarity. The ego is the site of bias, but we want to find the state of awareness which is without bias. Then he says the main practice is to pray to the Guru, and the final stage is to maintain the presence that arises from the blessing of that prayer. Prayer is a very effective way of focusing the mind and avoiding distraction. You're using emotion to avoid being carried away by diverse emotions. So with bodhicitta, we open ourselves to all beings. And with praying to the Guru, we gather ourselves into one point of undistracted focus. So regarding the first stage, at the beginning of each practice session, you must remember to develop the very pure altruistic bodhicitta of both aspiration and actual practice. Now, since our practice, we hope, will be of ongoing awareness, we can do this at any time. So, sitting on the bus, having a drink, then you can immediately think, may all those who are thirsty have water. In an instant, you unite yourself with the hungry ghosts and beings in the torment of the hot hells. Every experience which is occurring for you is also a bridge of connectivity to be with other people. And we're developing both an aspiration of benefit for others, may all beings be happy, and the motivation that when we do the practice, we are doing it for the benefit of all beings. The openness of the mind has no limit or boundary. So doing the practice for others means this is important. And he goes on to explain this. Thus, here in samsara, all mother sentient beings equal the sky in extent. And in particular, your own very kind parents have been tortured for a very long time by terrible sufferings. And so you feel compassion for them. So it means to resist the tendency to make something or someone special. For example, you might have a cat. You love your cat. You watch your cat doing many interesting things. But in the world, there are millions of cats. So when you look at your cat, you should always include all cats. The same with children. When you see your children, you should think of all children. Otherwise, you create special groupings, my cat, my dog, my children, my lover. And this creates a distortion of perception. Because by having this appearance as special, this one form, the rest recedes into the background. And this privileging of one makes you blind to the others. So when you look at your cat, you have to bring all cats and dogs and rats to be together. May they all be happy. Develop an aspiration for them to be free of suffering and to enjoy happiness, and think of quickly establishing them in Buddhahood. We see how they suffer. We understand that their suffering arises from ignorance. Now, he doesn't say, then go and buy a drum and go up and down the street banging it and telling everyone to become Buddhist. Many people are not interested in self-development or any strange notion of enlightenment. They believe that their thoughts tell the truth. Don't try to change other people's minds. Unless they are interested, there's no need to say anything about Dharma. However, we can open ourselves to them, and by freeing our minds from prejudice about them, this openness of inclusivity creates a softening of all the boundaries that isolate individuals. So in order to accomplish that, you pray to the Guru and maintain the actualization of the intrinsic way. That is to say, you pray to the teacher as the presence of the open awareness, and through prayer you open yourself to that. So you can pray with the 7-line prayer, which you can find on the website. This is the most famous prayer to Padmasambhava. And essentially it's saying, I want to be like you. As you are, I want to be. And this is possible because we have the same open ground of emptiness. So he says you should commit yourself to this actual activated bodhisattva or bodhicitta practice. So, of course, just as we don't just think of benefit for our cat, but for all cats, when we pray to the teacher, we also think of the presence of all other teachers and gurus. The many, many cats in the world represent the diversity of the ways in which the potential for cat emerges from emptiness. And the presence of all the teachers shows the way in which the potential of emptiness shows itself as many, many forms of Dharma expression. And we always have to remember the important thing is our connectivity. Don't objectivize, don't think, oh, this teacher is better than that teacher. All we can say is, I feel more resonance with this teacher than with that one. This keeps you aligned with the energetic nature of the field of manifestation. So he says, after praying in this way, all other gurus melt into the body of your own very kind guru, who is the presence of all the Buddhas of the three times. So a very basic polarity that we can have is either there is one or many. So here, all the teachers come into your own teacher, and your own teacher is the unity form or the manifestation of all the Buddhas of the three times. Not just one, and also not many different. You have many moods, you have many gestures and postures of the body. Doesn't mean you have many different bodies, but also in some ways you can't really say you just have one body because it shows so many different positions and activities. The reason we reflect in this way is don't try to establish some certain definition about a situation. All phenomena arise in dependent origination. There is no final circle around any form in the world because every form arises in origin with relation to others and is maintained in relation to others. So when you see one, there are many. When you see many, there is one. We avoid all polarities by following the middle way, which is non-duality. So then he says, offer to the teacher all that you actually possess through your body, speech, and mind, and also many visualized offerings. We offer in order to make a connection. It's a way of manifesting the sense you have value and I connect with you. So this morning we looked at these 4 stages of karma. The first stage is there is self and other. Secondly, an intention forms from self towards the other. So I want to steal something from you. You exist, I exist, and there's some possibility of stealing. But when we imagine the Buddhas and we make offerings, this is a different kind of intention. The function of this intention of connection is to dissolve my isolation. Whereas if my intention is to steal something from you, this will increase my isolation from you because I don't want you to know that I've stolen from you. We have to remember the great inclusion means no boundaries, no limits, no separation, nothing done just for the purposes of the ego self. Then with the sense of the great value of the teacher, with deepest genuine faith and devotion, pray from the center of your heart. You have what I want. I don't want money. I don't want power. I don't want your house or your horse. I want your light. Please give me your light. Now, the heart of the teacher is always full of light. It's not a finite quantity that if he gives the light to 2 people, there'll be none left for the third. I want light to illuminate the fact that I also am light. I am in the darkness of imagining my own solidity, my isolation, and my vulnerability to hopes and fears. Then he says, take the 4 initiations in whatever manner, simple or elaborate, is appropriate. So this was described in the first commentary. Essentially, it means that the light of the body, speech, and mind of the guru flow into us, and then individually, and then all together. In the Tibetan systems of Tantra, there are many, many different kinds of initiation. But the central point or the central principle is to dissolve the sense of isolation of the individual. Your body is full of light. Send me that light. Now my body is full of light. Your speech is full of light. Send that light into my throat so that my speech is full of light. Your mind is full of light. Send the light of your mind into mine so that my mind is full of light. You can't catch light. If the sun is shining and you go outside, you can let the sun fall on your open hand. The sun generously offers you its light. But if you close your hand to catch the light, then the inside of your hand becomes dark. So this is the meaning of the light. You cannot catch it. You have thoughts about your body, thoughts about your speech, thoughts about your mind. Some people love their voice, some people hate it. Emotions like love and hate create the voice as if it were a fixed object. So we participate in this reception of light in order to dissolve all traces of reification, solidification, and grasping. Now my body is full of light. Then the guru comes to the top of your head and dissolves into a ball which comes into your heart, and your body of light dissolves into that ball as well. Now there is only a tiny ball of light which becomes smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes. Stay completely present in that shrinking ball. That is all there is. Your body, remember, has become light and it dissolves into the ball of light. You have to do this again and again until you are the ball of light. Otherwise, you find yourself observing the process as if you're looking from the outside. It should be so completely you that when this ball dissolves into nothingness, there is only infinite emptiness. And he says, it is said that in the state in which the guru's body, speech, and mind are mixed inseparably from your own body, speech, and mind, the fabrications of the 3 times are cut off. The fabrications depend on the separation of subject and object. You can remember what you did last year. So that's a fabrication. You're developing in your mind what you take to be an accurate memory of what happened then. You can think about what you'll do next week. Then you're fabricating or making a series of images about how you are going to be in a particular place. When you're in this completely dissolved open state, there is no subject and object. When you're beginning to do this practice, echoes of your habit formations will move in this space. If you become distracted and your attention goes to them, they will instantly seem to be a solid something you stand in relation to. If you can, then simply relax and open. If that doesn't happen and one thought seems to be leading to many, then if you have time, you should go back to praying to the guru. The guru is always with you. As soon as you put your hands together, guru is there. I need help. You are wonderful. Help me. Help me. We have to become very small, very pathetic, like a small child waiting by the pushchair, waiting for mama to come. I have to wait for mama. Mhm. So that feeling is very precious in the meditation, because then when you dissolve and some thoughts and feelings come, I'm not allowed to play. My mama said no. I'm waiting for mama. You're just sitting. Every possibility of your personality, of your emotions, of your tendencies is useful in Dharma if you understand how to use it. The central point is not to enter into duality. Awareness is aware of what is arising and passing. It does not stand in a dualistic relationship with them. But when your ego consciousness becomes aware of what's arising, it becomes interested in terms of advantage or disadvantage, and that leads into an involvement. So now he gives us instruction in what to do when you are sitting relaxed and open with the empty mind. Do not go after past ideas. The idea is gone. We want to think about it because it interests us or troubles us. We might feel that there is some value in that idea. I need to spend more time with it. It has things to show me. Let it go. If you get the idea, you will lose spaciousness. Before you sat to do the practice, you were running around with ideas. Now you've done the practice, you're right at the central point. You did the practice to gain open awareness. Now the ego says, oh, I've changed my mind. I prefer to have a thought. The thought seems attractive. You have had millions and millions of thoughts in your life. They have all vanished. This thought is also vanishing. It has nothing to give you. So when you see that, you have to just settle. It's not that you have to hold yourself in place. That won't be effective. You have to relax and be the space through which the thoughts are moving. So he says, do not wait expectantly for future ideas. Maybe you get a bit bored. Who is bored? This is why we study the view again and again and again. It's to thin the fogginess of your mind so that you have an instant recollection. Presence is best. Presence is intrinsic. It is just here. The ego is artificial and seeks the artificial. The one who goes after past thoughts, the one who goes after future thoughts, the one who grasps at present thoughts, this is your ego consciousness. It's not that you have two different things, that you have awareness and the ego consciousness. The ego consciousness is the energy of the mind operating out of awareness. When you relax into awareness, the dualistic governance or the dualistic control of consciousness starts to dissolve. You see, but no one's seeing. You hear, but no one's hearing. So you're not going to become deaf, dumb, and blind. Your functioning will continue without any limitation. In fact, it will be quicker, more intuitive, more precise, because it's not going to be mediated through the opacity of a self-referential ego state. So he says, free your present awareness from effort and contrivance. So in the Tibetan text, these kind of sentences, they read like this. The verb is in quite an active form. But actually, because all manifesting phenomena are impermanent, they will go by themselves. If I look at an old photo of myself, I see that at one time there was hair on the top of my head. Now, I have not been following some esoteric Buddhist practice of plucking 108 hairs from the top of my head every day. Without the least effort, the hair is falling. So it's the same with the mind. Everything will go. The problem is grasping and clinging. That's important. So I don't have to actively do anything. I have to allow myself to become familiar with being fully relaxed. Now, in our world, because there are different kinds of danger, there's computer hacking, there's robbers in the street, there's drunken drivers, and so on. We have to be a bit vigilant. And this self-protective turn brings a vibration of anxiety into our life. I need to check out what's happening because I want to be safe. So this teaching is quite difficult because it says you are already safe, but you make yourself less safe by your vigilance arising from a false feeling that you are unsafe. Yeah, but I could die. Oh, relax, you are going to die, that's for sure. But I want to have a good death. Okay, what would that be? When you die, you let go. That would be a good death. No, no, a good death would be one when I'm not there. So you want to be under anesthesia when you die. When the space of awareness opens, where will you be? But I'm afraid of dying. What is there to be afraid of? I will cease being me. Are you so very happy being you? No, but I don't want to be nothing at all. There is no Dharma book that says you will be nothing at all when you die. Some traditions don't concern themselves with what happens after death. They say, stay awake, stay present. I can't imagine not being me. So this is why we reflect on impermanence and death. If you have photographs from your childhood, you should lay them out and look at them. I was this person and I am not now this person. That person has died. And then you look at all the photos, each of these photos, that identity has vanished. And who you were yesterday has died. And who you were this morning has died. And who you were 1 second ago has vanished and will never return. So again and again, you have to bring yourself close to the direct experience of the dissolving of every identity that you have merged into. So he says, keep the mind free of contrivance, inherently relaxed and flowing in its own mode. So contrivance means this artificial activity of inventing or making something. So if you look at a photo of yourself as a child and it seems obvious to you, oh, that's me, this is a contrivance. It's a memory trace vibrating with you that seems to confirm that you are the same person. So observe your thought pattern in that moment and you see, oh, I have just constructed the illusion of the continuity of myself. I believe that an impermanent thought can tell me a permanent truth. So when this kind of mental activity arises in the mind, don't enter into it. And so keep the mind free of contrivance doesn't mean that you should push it away as if it was something contaminating. The thought arises and vanishes. If there is no movement of involvement, there is no trace. Because this is what we looked at this morning. If you don't grasp at the thought, it remains an empty potential. The life, the separate life, the seeming existence and validity of the thought is not in the thought, it's in your involvement in it. So when we're just sitting open and the flow of experience is arising, if there is a slight vibration as the subject, that is to say, there's a tilt towards something as an object, then subject and object are born together. Or if the object formation seems to impinge so that the subject has a reaction, again, subject and object are born together. When there is no glue between the two, there is no trouble, because you can only glue things which are separated. What we take to be subject and object are in one flow. So you have a double move of seemingly separate, then the glue. That is to say, I find myself thinking about something. There is something to think about. The more the somethingness of the object side seems real and strong, the more the somethingness of the subject side seems real and strong. Both are energy without any separate existence. So then he says, keep the mind inherently relaxed and flowing in its own mode. The grammar is a bit strange. It really is saying the mind is inherently relaxed, so don't disturb it. When you grasp at something, you grasp at yourself. There is nothing to grasp. The mind grasps its own fabricated image of the other. So don't do anything. Then it instantly vanishes. So this is very important, because then you realize you are a very, very stupid God. You are making the world. Why? Do you want to be world president with endless responsibilities? Wouldn't you like to just have a relaxed, easy time? So when you generate this identity of being a subject, you give birth to the object. And because this polarity of subject and object has arisen, all the possible objects of the world arise. So you look around your room and you see object after object after object. None of these things exist. They are appearances arising in the mind. But we give birth to them as something. When we say that Prajnaparamita, the wisdom of emptiness, is the mother of all the Buddhas, that's because she keeps them in the womb of emptiness. That's like the thoughts and feelings showing and vanishing, showing and vanishing. Nothing is born. But when subject and object arise in the mind, then everything is born as an illusion. The only reality of the illusion is our belief in the illusion. This is a deluded belief. So he says, your mind should be relaxed without sinking, calm without being tightly focused. Sinking is when you feel kind of tired or losing energy. The mind cannot sink, but the energy of the mind fused with thoughts can sink. So your mind might be a bit depressed. You feel a bit heavy and without energy. I am depressed. This has nothing to do with the mind. This is a statement of the energy of the mind masquerading as an ego self. Happiness and sadness, depression, excitation, these are patterns swirling in this movement of the mind. So this is very subtle. When you feel heavy and dull, This is appearance manifesting in the mind. Something is arising. It is not me. There is no self. But then the thought arises, I feel depressed, or I can't meditate, or I'm so heavy today. This thought is inserted again as a kind of bridge or glue, so that instead of being relaxed and open as the revealing space of the mind, your sense of presence becomes the identified ego as the feeling tone. And similar, when he says calm without being tightly focused, the mind itself is always calm. It's not touched by anything. The mind has no basis for disturbance. So if you are making yourself calm, you're trying too hard. This is contrived and artificial, which means that you're still wrapped in this eggshell of ego identity. So if you're practicing on your own and you have some time, you can go back to praying and then do the dissolving again and open and let go and trust. Or you can do the white Guru Yoga, or you can just relax in the out breath. The key thing is don't try to change it or improve it, because otherwise you are stuck inside this paradigm of duality. Something is wrong, I have to act to make it better. Subject, verb, object. This is called samsara. So that is very tempting to do because you know how to do that. But he's saying, relax and release and do nothing. It is fine. It may not feel fine, but the feeling is vanishing. Don't trust the feeling. It doesn't tell the truth of the mind. Don't trust the thought. It doesn't tell the truth of the mind. Feelings tell the truth about feelings. Thoughts tell the truth about thoughts. The mind is not a feeling or a thought. He says, without striving, remain tranquil. It means essentially, if you don't strive, you will be tranquil. Without grasping, stay loose. If you don't grasp, you will be loose. So, essentially, this is the question of the mind as energy, which is why things like yantra yoga are useful, or in particular breathing and doing some kumbhaka when you can, because on an outer level, tension in the body affects not just the breathing through the diaphragm, but the softness and the suppleness of these energy pathways in the body. And when there is a built-up charge or vibration, it becomes a kind of impulse into activity. If you want children to go to sleep, you shouldn't give them something with a lot of sugar in it. They get a kind of sugar rush and they start running around. So in the same way, tension that we've been holding on for a very long time in many previous lives has to be allowed to vibrate, but not be allowed to take us over. Whatever is arising is empty and open and relaxed. I don't need anything. You have a nice dinner. You had enough. You don't want anything more. Well, we have this little chocolate souffle. It's very light and delicious. Oh, well, perhaps I'll just try it. So this is how we are when we meditate. Relaxed, open, but a little curious. This curiosity is not, it's not necessarily a cognitive arousal, but it's a kind of readiness for action. So if you think of all the messages you got from your parents to be careful, watch what you're doing, Check your school bag. Have you got the books you need for today? So these messages are always, oh, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's wrong. Fearfulness of making mistakes, of being judged by others, of getting in a mess. All of this we have to let flow out of ourselves. The ego complex is a kind of like a little whirlwind or a little whirling thick turn in the sea sometimes, a current that goes into a spiral and that could suck you in. The mind will not be touched by any of these energetic movements, but our ego self is always eager to be involved. So again and again, when you find yourself getting caught up in turbulence, you have to recenter yourself in openness. Don't try to do this by struggling, it won't work. Maybe stand up, do some movement just to stretch and release and shift your breathing, and then sit again and do the Guru Yoga of the White R. Maintain clarity free of dullness, sharpness free of obscuration. So I hope you have the sense of this now. To maintain clarity free of dullness, don't enter into dullness. Dullness is a subtle object, and when you are in the dullness, you are the subtle subject. So if you find yourself in dullness or in obscuration, you just have to wait. Don't do anything. But I don't like it. I don't want to be like this. This is what is dangerous, because this feeling says mobilize, do something, make a difference. And then you will be back in subject-object duality. There's nothing to be done. The ego hates this. So you have to know this, examine yourself. Each of us will have our own energetic patterns, our particular vulnerabilities to fear, anxiety, irritation, frustration, and so on. And when irritation and so on arise, they seem to have a referent. They're saying, I am a sign about something else. You need to do something. I'm like a red light flashing. Act, act. We read them as a sign of something pointing in a particular direction. So when we looked at the development of ignorance, we saw this level of the ignorance of the identification of everything, the application of signs to bring specific meaning. This must mean something. It will mean something if you believe in it and fall in it. If you don't do anything, it's just the play of emptiness, like patterns of clouds in the sky. Okay, so we take a break now. If we could take a break for 20 minutes and come back at 1:45, that would be very good. Good. See you then. So we continue with the text. It says, remain naked, free of covering. So we are always faced with the problem of language. Language is structurally dialogic. It's a communication. We are speaking to someone, even if it's a monologue or a soliloquy. So when we formulate something in language, it always takes on this structure of do something or don't do something. Remain naked. Well, the mind is naked. So if we imagine the open blue sky, now a cloud comes. I look at the cloud and I can't see the sky through the cloud. The cloud is obscuring the sky for me, because I have been looking at the sky as if it was an object. So when something is obscuring, it comes between us and what we're looking at. Now, the mind has no shape or color. We look again and again, Does my mind stay someplace? Can I find it having a location? The mind is inexpressible, but in trying to convey some suggestions about the mind, we have to use language which brings its own particular kind of confusion. So when you rest in your open mind and some thought arises, it's not covering anything. It would cover the mind if the ego was trying to see the mind. Then we would have three factors. They would have the looker, what is looked at, and the block or the obscuration in between. But our mind is not like this. The mind has no location. Consciousness is located, generally speaking, we say in the heart chakra. So as a person operating through my senses, I appear to have a spatial relationship with what is around me. But our mind itself is just open, like the sky. It is naked, uncovered, even when it is full of clouds. The sky offers hospitality to the cloud. Come, be here. There is space. The cloud is in the mind, but it doesn't touch the mind or hide the mind or contaminate the mind. The difficulty always arises when you experience yourself as a subject having an experience. So, again and again, when you do your practice, go to these 5 questions. You may think your mind is inside your body. The thought about that arises, a definite conclusion. Don't do anything, just sit with that conclusion. What happens? The conclusion vanishes. Keep looking and looking and looking. Every time you have a definite answer to the question, what size is my mind? Where is my mind? Does it have a color? Stay with the conclusion and observe. The conclusion vanishes, and the mind is here. The conclusion was like a cloud arising in the mind. The mind is self-revealing as the space within which thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on are arising. Our mind is empty. That's why we have so many experiences in life, coming and going, coming and going. But this means you will not find your mind as a thing. So to find something as a thing, you, the subject, look for it until you have it. But to find the mind, you have to be the mind. Relax into the openness of the mind by releasing yourself from identification with the finite moments which move through the mind. And he says, without developing thoughts, remain clear. Thoughts are wonderful for finding things, for thinking about things. But because we are trying to open ourselves to the mind, thoughts are useless. They're not bad, they're just inappropriate. Then he says, by remaining like that, you will experience freedom from craving for the meditation experiences of clarity, non-thought, and happiness. So these 3 are called nyam, or meditation experiences. They are subtle experiences which arise because, and you can be happy to have them because you seem to be getting somewhere. So they are an experience. But of course, if I have this experience, the experience thickens into an object. And now we again have subject and object. So even if you get visions of Padmasambhava or any kind of experience in meditation, remember, I want to become the sky. In the sky, there are clouds and there are rainbows. Clouds are not the enemy, rainbows are not the friend. Stay open as the sky. If you do that, then you won't get the desire to arrive somewhere. In Dzogchen, we want to stay far away from the metaphor of a journey. We're not going anywhere. It is already here. It is intrinsic. So when you get some interesting experience arising, if you take it as a sign of progress, where are you going? These contents are very seductive and not helpful. And he says if you rest in this way, you will have non-distraction without any object to maintain, and also you'll have the immediate presence of emptiness and clarity. So you are undistracted in your non-duality with infinite space, just as some of us have done many times. In the summer, especially with the sun behind you, you can be outside and let your gaze go out into the open, clear sky in front of you. The space of the sky and the space of the mind open to each other. There are no objects. Perhaps moving in this space, you see many little patterns of light and color and so on. This is the energy of emptiness. Emptiness is not a dull, nothing at all emptiness. It has the potentiality to give rise to many appearances. If something occurs, it's not an object to be maintained. You don't need it. Our ego self is used to the sense of needing things. You need to have your keys, your money, and so on when you go out. But the empty mind doesn't need anything. Primordial purity is inseparable from instant presence, from Hlundrup. The intuitive spontaneity of what arises in the mind is here and here, endlessly showing. And the more you stay with this, you start to trust that because of the non-division of the field of clarity, I am released from the anxiety of being a subject trying to work out what to do or to say, and I'm co-emergent with this field of disclosure. And so there's no need to get any special object or hang on to any special object. Immediate presence or effortless arising or Hlundrup is the non-duality of emptiness and clarity. And he says this is called calm abiding or shine or shamatha. So this is a Dzogchen notion of shamatha. It means awareness does nothing. Resting in not doing is shamatha. When there is no need at all and no impulse to be involved, then you are truly in calm abiding. What feels like necessity is simply karmic habit. We all have things in our life that seem very necessary. As a therapist, I am used to starting on time and ending on time. And so when I was working in the hospital, I had many ways to go across London so that I would never be late for my patients. But I would also often reflect, well, but I might die on this journey. What's so bad with being late? No, I should hold the frame. I have to do this. This is a cultural construct. Inside the frame of that belief system or that professional way of behaving, these things are very important. Outside, they don't matter too much. That is artificial. It is contrived. It's not wrong or bad, but these kind of concerns have nothing to do with the mind itself. So one should always hold every method very lightly. The method is not the truth. What is important is to realize that you are holding on to something and therefore you are in duality. Whether it seems to be a good thing you're holding on to or not, it doesn't matter. It's still grasping. So then he says, emptiness does not become a mere vacuity. So I'm letting go of all that I might usually fill the space of the mind with, but I haven't got nothing at all because this ground or this base of emptiness is itself clear, shining, fresh, sharp, and lucid. Just like a beautiful, bright summer's day, clear, shining, transparent forms moving in the sky. He says, you'd like to say something, but speaking is not possible. You'd like to express it, but that is not possible. This is not a thing. It's not an object for the mind. The mind that has objects is dualistic consciousness. Awareness takes no object. So you have to be attentive. The desire to say something, to define your experience, will pull you into a dualistic formulation which will take you far from the lived moment. Emptiness as a clarity, as something ungraspable and yet not nothing at all, is the sphere of awareness. So if you imagine looking at a rainbow, there's nothing to grasp in a rainbow, but you say, oh, look, it's a rainbow. And if you're a child, you might say to your sibling, I saw it first, so I got it. You got the idea of it. The immediacy of the rainbow is replaced with the concept. So in awareness, the appearance arises like rainbows, like appearances in a dream. It's not nothing, nothing, nothing. In the actual simplicity of emptiness, clarity is present like a manifesting quality. So the actual simplicity of emptiness is that it is never mixed with anything else. When we read the Heart Sutra, it says form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It doesn't say emptiness and form, because then we would have two categories. We have emptiness and we have form, and we can add them or subtract them. The form is emptiness. There is no difference. When you look at the form, you think you're seeing something. You think you are seeing something. If you relax that thought, you see emptiness showing. Thus, the actual simplicity of your awareness is directly and completely seen. Shapes, colors, sounds, whatever arises is the showing of emptiness, and the undivided empty field, aware field, clear field are simultaneous. There, when you see this, you see there, the clarity of emptiness cannot be blocked. The clarity of the mind cannot be blocked because there is nothing other. If form is emptiness, then form cannot block emptiness. Then he says this is called seeing fully, Platon or Vipassana. It means the purest seeing, seeing without imagining, seeing without any kind of addition. Years ago, when I was in India, sometimes I would, if I was in Delhi, I would go to a fresh fruit juice stall. And the man at the stall is cutting all the fruit, putting it in and pressing it down so the juice is coming out. And I would look very carefully because somehow some extra water always seemed to arrive in the fruit juice. The man had a special method of making it impossible to see clearly. So our ego is like that. It always has a few ingredients up its sleeve that it can slip into whatever is happening. We think we're relaxed and open, and suddenly we're merged in a feeling. This arises because the clarity thickened into something, and then a feeling arose in response to the somethingness. Then he says, regarding what is known as meditation or staying in balance, nyamsha, awareness, the inseparable merging of calm abiding and insight is nakedly clear, original, and untainted. So in the language of Dzogchen, the shamatha means primordial purity, kada, And vipassana means Sundrup, the instant emergence of all that appears. Now you can probably feel for yourself a little bit of a headache starting to develop. So many technical terms, it gets a little bit dense. That's because it's inexpressible. Talking about the inexpressible is bound to be a bit dull and heavy. But when you, the mirror itself is empty, but it's full of reflection. So he says that meditation is nakedly clear. That's like the mirror itself. It's not got anything inside, it's just a space of showing. When the reflection arises, it is original. Now, you might say this is ridiculous because a reflection is a representation of some object, but the reflection is original in the first showing of itself. It is what it is. If you imagine that the showing is referential and there is a referent somewhere else, then you're back in the discourse of signs. The reflection is this. Oh, but what is it reflecting? It is reflecting the potential of the mirror. When you see that this is how your mind is, then you stop looking for real objects out there somewhere. And then it is untainted. It could not be tainted because there is no other. Free of all obscuration means no obscuration outside or inside, nothing coming from concepts, from mental habits, from the five poisons. This non-duality of shamatha and vipassana is called the dharmakaya, the intrinsic mode, or he says it can be called Buddha or original knowing, jnana or yeshe. To remain unceasingly with this is known as meditation. So meditation is not a means to develop something or to arrive in some other place, but is to rest into the inseparability of ungraspable emptiness and the ceaseless display of ever shifting appearance. So, this is what we aim for when we are in our sitting practice. When we get up from the sitting practice, that period of engaging with the environment is known as JTOP, or subsequent achievement, or what you get afterwards. Essentially, it is the integration of whatever you experience within the space that you have opened to. So he says, without discriminating or doing anything artificial. In terms of translation, we can make a distinction between discernment and discrimination. So in the tantric system, the purification of desire is the original knowing which discerns the precise quality of each appearance. So say, for example, you went into a shop where they sell many kinds of perfumes. You don't know much about perfume. The person in the shop, they have a little paper stick and they put some on the end and they wave it under your nose. So if you just try to receive this, go, oh, then you try another and another and another. Each experience of the scent with these complex flavors you get in modern perfumes, inexpressible. But then the person in the shop might say, which one did you like best? Now you move from this opened up, inexpressible state to trying to compare and contrast smells which are already vanishing. So here you are moving from the bright receptivity of discernment into the more solid definition of discrimination. You're saying this one is better than that one. So discrimination is unhelpful because it arises from taking experience to be an object. If you stay with the freshness of the clarity, there is no object. But it's not a dull absence of discernment, because all the colors, all the smells, all the fine sounds, everything is precisely there as it is. So as you move in the world, you want to be in your senses, receptive, responding to whatever is arising, but not doing anything artificial. Artificial means here to tell yourself what is happening. If you run an ongoing narrative, a commentary in your mind, you're providing a conceptualized account of your experience. This is the big danger in our meditation, because it's making conclusions. It's solidifying what is occurring. Let life slip by. But I want to hold on to this. This is special. This is really important. It's better than that. This is discrimination. Now, clearly, if you go to a Tibetan monastery, you see all the incredible tankas, the architecture, the painting, and so on. You might see the monks doing some Lama dance. It's very precisely choreographed, just like this. You can see all of that without entering into discrimination. If you like, the natural is the flow of what is arising. The artificial is what you impose on the flow of what is arising. You mix your opinions, your habits, your judgments, your assumptions into the very texture of appearance. So he said, don't do that, but instead look clearly at how you actually are. So if you look at how you are, you get happy, you get sad, you have energy, you're bored. Despite the pictures you often see, many lamas are not happy all the time. Sia Lama was a pretty moody guy. If something happened, he could be happy or sad. He wasn't trying to maintain some image ready for the camera. Now, you might think, oh, but surely if your mind is relaxed and open, you're happy with everything. But then you would hardly be human. Although everything is empty, a bad cup of coffee is a bad cup of coffee. Adding emptiness won't make the coffee delicious. So both are there. The precise qualities of what is emerging and its emptiness. When you're sitting in the meditation, the emptiness is more important. When you're up and moving around, the qualities that arise are more important. And so it says, observe what is arising for you and remain relaxed in your own place. Relaxed in your own place means open, spacious, unartificial. So a feeling of boredom or lack of interest arises in you. The mind is open like the sky, but the mood is starting to make a coloration in the sky. The coloration does not touch the sky. The sky is pure, but the coloration is in the sky, and you feel irritated or bored or happy or in love, whatever it would be. These are moments of emptiness, colors of emptiness, flavors of emptiness. So you are relaxed in openness, but not blind to the dynamic of what is filling the space of emptiness. Sadness is empty, emptiness is sadness. Happiness is empty, emptiness is happiness. Both are empty, but sadness and happiness are not the same. The potential of the open, empty mind shows an infinite variety of colors, flavors, manifestations. If you live in the world and you have connection with other people, you will feel happy with some people, not so happy with other people. These feelings are arising in the open, empty mind, and they are not different from this open emptiness. So you don't have to edit your mind to try to make it right, to have a good mind. So then he says, maintain this with whatever thoughts arise, be they good or bad. Means maintain the open hospitality without merging. So if a happy feeling is there, will show itself in the body. The difference from how this was before you started to do the practice is that now there is no ego stick to wrap the experience around. I'm sad. That is to say, I notice, because I'm not dead, that a mood of sadness is manifesting, but I'm not located as an absorbent ego self, filling myself with sadness. So I am sad without being sad. I feel sad, but I'm not sad. I have to do the practice to find out exactly how this is. Then you have equanimity without a kind of homogenization. The various flavors of experience are occurring, but they're not getting to you. So you don't get tired. So many things happen, but life goes on. You can keep, when you wake up in the morning and you go to pray to Padmasambhava, before you put your hands together, you can just go like this. Oh, no friction. Now friction. I want to be without friction. Then in a day, millions of things happen. You're also fresh in the evening. Awareness is always fresh, but the ego gets tired. So he says, maintain this state no matter what thoughts arise in response to the objects of the six senses. Well, somebody says something sweet to you and you feel happy, not blocking happiness. You don't merge into the happiness. So for a moment or two, you are really happy, and then it vanishes. When it vanishes, there's no sadness at the loss of the happiness because you never had the happiness. Same with you hear sounds that are nice and then they finish. Don't block the arising, don't block the passing. So this is the famous Rangsha Rangdrol, self-arising, self-liberating. If this was not happening, you couldn't have any compassionate involvement with other people. Somebody tells you a story and it's full of, the way they tell it's full of emotions, different kinds. All of that is coming through you. By listening without judgment, the intuitive clarity of the empty mind allows you to respond in a way which finds the person, meets the energetic formation, which for the moment is that person. Because we are grounded in primordial purity, nothing which arises is dangerous. Monks and nuns are trying to protect themselves from certain intensities of experience. So they're putting an external barrier between the stimulus and the potential response in themselves. But in this practice, I am not the responder. A response occurs, I am empty. I am responding. There is no contradiction between the two. I am empty. I am responding to an empty situation. So here we have these three inseparable aspects that are often addressed in Dzogchen. The essence, the ngowo, which is empty, the rangshin, or the quality, which is clarity, which is like the field of the mirror in which all these reflections are occurring. And then you have Tujikunkya, the all-pervading compassion, which is the ceaseless pulsation of interactions in the field of clarity. What is interacting is patterns of energy devoid of any existence, so that the stillness of the essence, the rich display of the quality and the ceaseless movement of participative compassion are inseparable. The lack of contradiction between these three aspects, which could appear to be contradictory, this is Dzogchen Chempo, the great completion, the great undivided, the great whole. The intrinsic integrity of these three aspects is the undivided whole, which has been there from the very beginning. This is what we are awakening to. So then he says, in this way, all thoughts are liberated in intrinsic freedom, and thereby whatever arises becomes an aid to meditation. You are not freeing thoughts. The thoughts, feelings, memories go free by themselves. So when he says whatever arises, it means intense experiences, complicated experiences where you might have conflicting emotions arising in yourself and so on. These become an aid to meditation because as they arise, their intensity seems to be becoming something happening to you. If that is truly the case, now we're back with subject and object. So you can feel the intensity or the density or the power of what's happening, relaxed, open, uninvolved. Oh, now you start to be able to trust. I don't have to respond. What is occurring has no power over awareness. This is very different from the situation of the ego self. The ego self easily gets caught. Awareness doesn't get caught. So now the empty sky or the space of what is providing the arising and the empty sky of awareness are like sky to sky. In these vibrations of ego inheritance of tendencies, they're like clouds in the sky. They don't obscure, they don't cause trouble, and they go away by themselves. This is how we find the intrinsic freedom of the mind. This is what's called Vajra, indestructibility. So he says, staying present in the knowing that arises from this state is known as subsequent achievement. This is a knowing without knowing something. You go for a walk, you see so many things. You don't need to know what you see. Nobody's going to give you an examination. But you see what you see. You see the colors. You observe the bird moving in the sky. The bright precision of the disclosure of these phenomena is itself the truth of your knowing. There's no reason to tell a story about what happened. That is the artificially of the ego self. The more you see, the less you need to speak. So then he says, by practicing in this way, the result of the three modes effortlessly arise as Buddhahood. This word mode is how I translate kaya, which sometimes translates as body. Because although there are three of these, they're not different bodies. These are modes of the same inexpressible actuality. So he says, thus the vibrancy, this vitality of emptiness and awareness is the intrinsic mode Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya is the mind of the Buddha, always available, open, fresh, unchanged from the very beginning. The shining clarity of this is the enjoyment mode, the Sambhogakaya. Sometimes this is said to be the speech of the Buddha. When you listen to someone talking, sound dissolves, sound dissolves, sound dissolves, sound dissolves. Clarity is the vanishing. Sound does not remain. Sound cannot be grasped. You can't keep a sound for later. It's already vanishing as it arises. So this is the enjoyment mode. It is the enjoyment of being with the world through the life of the senses without reification. It is enjoyable because there is no ownership. It is enjoyable because there is no bias or prejudice or shopping list. When perception is allowed to be its own freshness and is not covered over by imaginings and judgments, then whatever comes is fine. It's just this. What is this? This is this. But what is it? Nothing. This. It is not a thing. As soon as it becomes a thing, the party is finished. As soon as the world becomes solid, the play stops. So this is the play of illusion. Then he says, and all the various arisings are the self-arising, self-liberating apparitional mode of the Nirmanakaya. So this is the unbroken mandala of your life, whether it's sensation in the body, or memories, or smells, or a dog barking. Because you're free of grasping, there is the immediate freshness of this, which is now vanishing, self-liberating. So these I translate as apparitional mode. An apparition is kind of like a ghost, where you see something, but it's not real, and yet you see it. It's another way of talking about illusion, like a mirage. The apparition has a potential to tilt. So in the summertime, when you see a mirage on the road, it's water, it's not water. So in our manifestation, we are here, we are this person, and we're not. Because if somebody says, who are you? You can tell that story in 20 ways, 100 ways. There is no fixed essence to the ego self. We are a potential which manifests according to circumstances. So just as with the heat of the sun and the shimmering light, you see the mirage of water. So when you go to work and you're very nice to your boss, this is an illusion. The boss has no idea what you really feel. This is pure appearance, devoid of any essence. Because it's empty, you can show so many different forms. This is not about hypocrisy. If you have different conversations with different people about your boss, you are experiencing a variety of co-emergent conversations. Due to causes and conditions with this particular person, you find yourself describing it like this. Each description is situationally valid, and none is the truth. In a realm of illusion, who could speak the truth? So we free ourselves from the burden of reality and truth, and we are concerned with connectivity. Okay, so now we come to the end for today, and tomorrow we have the last section, which is titled Advice on Practice for Great Meditators. So this Lama, this Chetsangpa, he has recognized who you are. You're on a winner with Chetsangpa. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Bye for today. Bye.
Bye, James.
James.
Bye.
Thank you, James.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
bye, James.
Bye.
Obrigada, Milton. Bye
See
bye,
you
James.
tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tchau, tchau.
Até amanhã.
Screen. Hello, James.
Morning, James. Good
Hello, James.
Morning. Another day.
Mm.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So today I'm going to track the German with Robert.
Great.
I hope. So it looks like there's still a few people arriving. So we can just sit a little bit quietly for some minutes. Okay. So we continue with the text. And this section is headed Advice on Practice for Great Meditators. And I would remind you that generally when the word great is used, it means emptiness. As long as you are operating from the idea that I am the meditator, it becomes a small meditation. With great meditation and great meditators, everything is arising from emptiness. Of course, from time to time, and maybe even quite frequently, you get a freezing and a thickening, and it seems a bit solid and stuck. But then we need to remember that everything is empty. The obscurations are also empty, and so we don't struggle with them, but just let them go free. It says, Omani Pemi Hung Ri. It's a reminder to center ourselves in compassion. So again, Rinpoche, Chetsangpa spoke. You male and female great meditators who stay in mountain retreats for fixed periods of years, listen for a moment to what I, a beggar, have to say. It's very interesting when we look at Dzogchen texts, especially the short ones that were used a lot by yogis. We find that the people who wrote them described themselves as beggars. They stayed outside of monasteries. In monasteries, there's a lot of regulation, but yogis have to be free to follow the line of their practice. Monasteries can only function because they are part of an economic system. It takes a lot of money to run a monastery. But beggars, whether they seem to be religious or simply poor people, they don't have any high status. And so they are working with the circumstances. Now, in our modern world, we are forced to take control of many of the factors of life. We don't just get water from a river or a well, we have to pay for the supply. It's not just the cost of keeping our life going, but the time of administration to pay the bills and make everything function. A beggar has no protection against the vagaries, the uncertainties of sponsors and the weather and so on. So if we link that back to karma and the second aspect of karma, which is intention, what I am going to do, the more our world is filled with machines and the more we are linked to technology, the more we have a sense of mastery. We can feel in control of our lives. I can go on my computer and I look at the local post office and they have a little bar diagram to tell me whether it's busy at the moment or not. That is to say, happenstance and uncertainty are being diminished, and the sense of I know how to make life work very efficiently is increased. On a general level, of course, this makes for some degree of ease for us. But the efficiency of the computer is not my efficiency. I'm drawn into the functioning of other people's minds. We follow programs written by other people. Compliance with the rules will bring great benefit. You might find this in the I Ching, but you will also find it in the rule book of any dictatorship. And in Dzogchen, we need to experience the unpredictability of how our mind emerges. So the key point is always rest in space and whatever comes, comes. This is not the same as rest in control and make it happen the way you want to. So again, you simply have to be aware of how the culture that you are part of creates a field in which many assumptions can operate invisibly. And he says, up until now, all of us have been revolving in the great ocean of suffering that is samsara. Suffering is everywhere. When you walk down the street, you don't know what loneliness and secret pains are hidden inside the inhabitants. Now, you might think that the Buddhist encouragement to reflect on suffering is a rather unnecessary and depressive tone. In London, it's a very beautiful morning with high blue skies. I went for a walk and I saw 4 men in different places washing their cars, proper Sunday morning activity. Where is the suffering? Well, of course, it rests in all kinds of factors, which we don't even see. If you remember, we have the suffering of change, where our expectations are blocked because of changes, for example, the virus. And we have the suffering of suffering when we just have pain, physical or emotional pain, which is undeniable. But there is also the suffering of compoundedness, which the text says experienced by the Buddhas because they are sensitive, but ordinary sentient beings don't really pick this up. Compoundedness means that everything we see seems to be in place because it's been made to be that way, and it just is that way. But this activity of creating and making things and developing things arises from the ignoring of the ground. The more we do the practice, the more we experience that slipping out of awareness and into dualistic consciousness is not very pleasant. We find ourselves as a thing in a world of things, and we are being moved this way and that without much sense of direction. So this is the benefit of practice. It will free you from directly experiencing suffering, but it will make you more aware of how suffering begins through involvement, and then you feel compassion for others. So he says, for a long time, we have experienced very intense suffering and have wandered around through the 6 realms one by one. It's so important to reflect that this time I have a human body. I don't have a human body because I am essentially a human being. The human body arises from karma. I am a sentient being who is not necessarily a human being. When you die, you could find yourself in the body of a dog. Dogs have minds, they run around interested in many different things. You are not essentially a human being. Essentially, you are a Buddha dreaming of being a human being. And as long as you are in dream time, you can also find yourself dreaming of being a cat or a fish. Then he says, in this way, we have had to undergo unimaginable sufferings of birth and death. When you're born as a little kitten, maybe some family comes to the shop and they see you, you look so cute, and they take you home. The children love to play with you, and then they take you to the vet to castrate you because they love their family structure. They don't want a lot of baby making going on around them. So spaying cats, male or female, is done out of love of the family, not really love of the cat. We love the cat for us, not the cat for the cat. So suffering is easily available. Then he says, and the reason for all this is that due to ignorance, we have not understood the actuality of our own awareness. It is the ego self, a nexus or a dynamic patterning of consciousness and memories and so on, which seems to move from life to life. Awareness doesn't move anywhere. In order to now realize or awaken to the actuality of awareness, you must practice the holy Dharma. This is not because the Buddhists are a sect with some who have developed some particular belief system, but rather that the Dharma points to how it is. You use the Dharma to awaken. Your awareness is already present, but you can't see it because you turn away towards immersion in the content that is illuminated by awareness. It is said that there are an inconceivable number of sutras, tantras, commentaries, and so on in the Holy Dharma. The teachings of the Buddha are vast. So many basic principles are set out, and then illustrations, and then discussions of the implications. All of this information is useful if you are going to live for 1,000 years. But for we who will die not so far from now, he again points out there are many different sources and references, and the means of entry into the Dharma through all the different texts. This is inexhaustible. It's overwhelming. What should I study? What is important? Books don't get enlightened. You won't find your awareness in a book. You use the book or the teaching as a support to look into your own mind. So he says, but we who are called great meditators have no need of many different dharmas. What we need is the definite awakening to our own instant awareness, which is the essence of all dharmas. The structure of the ego is to be fascinated by thinking about things and acquiring knowledge about things. It formulates and fabricates things by the very ways in which it thinks about them. Awareness is not to be found as a thing, as we looked yesterday. So we need a definite awakening to our own instant awareness. All dharmas are moving towards this instant awareness, but some take a very long and winding road. We are interested in instantly accessing instant awareness. It's not that we've found some special method to get something quickly. We get nothing quickly. Nothing is available everywhere. If you stop grasping, you've got nothing. This is not a great mystery. What is mysterious is that having heard these teachings maybe many times, we still prefer to grasp at something. If you have this definite awakening, then the meaning of all dharmas is encompassed within it. For the roar of the Buddha arises from the actualization of your own awareness. So all that the Buddha has to say is to be found in the heart of your own awakening to how you are. You don't need to go on a pilgrimage. You don't need to burn butter lamps. You don't need to do anything Buddhist. What you do need to do is to be with your own awareness, which is already present. The Buddha is not a Buddhist. Buddha is the bright, shining awareness. And the roar of the Buddha is the roar of the manifesting of phenomena non-dual with awareness. So this sounds pretty good. And this Lama Chetsangpa is a very, very lovely man, because then he says, this is how to go about getting that definite actualization. Start by developing the bodhicitta of abiding in the truth of the view of Samantabhadra in order to benefit all sentient beings, as many as would equal the extent of the sky. Here, the name Samantabhadra doesn't refer to the primordial Buddha, but to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. He made offerings to all the Buddhas by imagining that filling the sky were as many Buddhas as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges. And each of these Buddhas is surrounded by as many bodhisattvas as there are grains of sand in the river Ganges. He didn't have a small vision about, may my family be happy or my friends be happy. He wanted to benefit all sentient beings in all the 6 realms. So in order to do that, he wanted to generate an infinite amount of merit by making heartfelt connection with so many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and inviting them to send their rays of light to all beings. Nationalism is a very strong force in the world. I belong to this country. I want people who don't belong in this country not to be here. They should go away. There are also many groups committed to identity politics, according to race, according to gender, to sexual orientation, to class, and so on. We are good people. We are oppressed by bad people. We will have to stop the bad people oppressing us. This conflictual structure is not inclusive. The bodhicitta, acting the mind which is committed or open to the enlightenment, the awakening of all beings, is non-prejudicial. In the Dzogchen tradition, the word bodhicitta refers not just to compassion, but to awareness itself. It's another term for the mind of Rigpa, of awareness. Because there is no essential difference between awareness and compassion. As a symbol or an image, we often say that awareness is like the sun. The sun arises in the sky and its light goes in all directions. It illuminates equally and freely without any charge. It is an infinite availability. When we talk of awareness, essentially we talk of love. In the tradition, when we look at the 4 immeasurables, the first, Jamba, love means may all beings be happy and have the root of happiness. The root of happiness is emptiness. Now, we often believe that the root of happiness is possessions. And we believe that the root of love is specialness. I love you because you are special. You are so beautiful. You are so sexy. You are so strong, so rich, such a good cook. There's some kind of reason I love you. It is a transaction. Or we might even think, I love you because you are you. In a world in which we are used to meaningless phrases, that one is particularly powerful. You are you. You are completely you. This is why if on a Sunday morning we get up in order to study Dharma together, to free ourselves from the nonsense of our culture. From the Dharma point of view, love goes everywhere. May all beings be happy. So that's a kind of hope or aspiration. We try to activate it by developing equanimity, so that in our meditation practice, we become more aware of the patterns that we have, the prejudices, the biases, and we allow them to arise in the mind without being activated. Whenever your mind merges into a particular thought, you are diminished. So the idea, may all beings be happy, is to infinitely extend the object of your love. Awareness is all inclusive. In the text, it says it's chokri me. It has no direction or side or partiality. Awareness illuminates the sky, the sky is a symbol or a support for thinking of the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu means a space that everything occurs in. So the Czech Republic is getting a little bit angry with Russia. Say, you Russians have been attacking us. We are the Czech nation. Don't interfere. Respect our boundaries. The Ukrainians are saying the same. Nations are small pots. They include their own people and exclude the others. This is the same structure as the ego. There is self, that is to say me, and the others, that's all you guys. So me first. But Dharma Dhatu means the space of all dharmas, of all phenomena, of Russia, Germany, Scotland, all people everywhere, all countries everywhere, all planets everywhere. We can see historically how the borders of countries change, the structures of power in different countries change according to colonialism and so on. There is no inherent existence in the self, nor in any other thing that we think we know. So, Lama Chetsangpa, the great inclusion, includes absolutely all possibilities. Everything has validity because it is arising from the mind as the mind. Everything you see in a mirror is a reflection. Now, you may feel that some reflections are better than others. But if you look, you see, oh, this is all just reflection. There is no existence or depth or truth to what you see in the mirror. So this toxin, this poison of believing that I truly exist as myself is the object of so many Dharma teachings to try to loosen up our obsession. So if we're practicing in Tantra and we're practicing, say, on Padmasambhava, through dissolving and entering into the mandala of Padmasambhava, we see everything that we see is the body of Padmasambhava. That is what it is. I interpret it as being people and dogs and houses. These identifications are the movement of my mind. If I see that these are a way of participating in the play of appearances, then it's okay. Because as the text say, all that arises in the mind is the movement of the mind of Padmasambhava. Something arises through your eyes, you recognize, you think this is a dog. You say to the person with the dog, what a beautiful dog. This is the movement of the body, the voice, and the mind together. Nothing has been established. It is a moment of participation which is already dissolving. No definite conclusion has been arrived at. So when you see this, you are between ordinary view and Dzogchen. You're using a purified or thinned interpretation to dissolve gross interpretation. But for us, we do this directly through the Guru Yoga of the White R. Everything is within. If you relax the habit of categorization, it's empty appearance. When I was at school and studied geography, we would be given maps of America, Africa, and so on. It would just be the outline of the continent. And we had to try to draw in where the rivers were and where the mountains were without looking. We had to remember this. That was actually a very good Dharma training because it shows that you are imposing definitions and identifications onto this open blank arena. But of course, the teachers were not looking in that way. They were saying, no, no, you put the river in the wrong place, because the river really is there. And this is how we learn that we must use concepts properly. Concepts establish facts. This is 180 degrees away from a Dharma understanding. Concepts establish delusion. So when we do this offering practice like Samantabhadra, we are stepping out of an arena in which we could impose order and know what the situation was. This is vast and complex beyond conceptual ordering. We're using the imagination to dissolve the delusion that the imagination establishes real entities. So we are including all the Buddhas and we are including all beings in the practice. Now he's going to describe the Guru Yoga again, as we did in our first meeting, and it's a tantric form of the practice. So he says, meditate clearly on the Guru Yoga, praying with deep inward devotion. Nothing is more important than this, because this has the power to dissolve the hooks for my pathways of lostness. If you're praying, say, to Padmasambhava or to your own teacher in the form of Padmasambhava, then the devotion is that we feel you are the light of love, and I have a love of light. I need to get close to you. You have what I need. You are the manifestation of emptiness. You are the pure revelation of the Buddha mind. I also have that potential, but at the moment, I am the manifestation of ignorance. Ignorance does not establish even one atom of reality. Ignorance is illusion. But when we believe in it, it becomes dark delusion. If ignorance existed as something true, intrinsic in and of itself, we could not purify it. It can be dissolved because it doesn't exist, but we imagine it exists. So what we are dissolving is our false imagining. So with pure devotion, we are saying, give me your light, dissolve this heaviness that I am carrying all the time, the burden of merging in thoughts, feelings, sensations. So devotion is very important because I am so habituated to my wrong view that I think it is important. So I need something more powerful than my habit. If we don't believe in the power of Padmasambhava, if we don't believe that basically everything is light, then our deluded belief that everything is solid and real and separate will remain there. The light will bounce off it. Devotion opens the space of the heart. The space of the heart is the sky. So when the sky out of which Padmasambhava is emerging and the sky out of which we are emerging, when these two skies are connected, then the truth of the emergent phenomena is revealed, that they are patterns of light. So then he says, take the 4 initiations. This is as we looked before, this is the purification of our body, speech, and mind, achieved through linking with the purity of the Guru's body, speech, and mind. And the main thing is faith. Most of us are not living in Dharma communities. We're not associated with Dharma people very much. So it's up to us to keep building this bridge from our heart to the practice. when you look around the world, you see that people believe in football teams, people believe in racial superiority, and so on. Clearly, belief is a very, very powerful force. So we are going to utilize the power of belief, but instead of believing in something substantial, we're believing in this illusory light form, Padmasambhava, as the transparent, translucent image manifesting in the sky. So then you have to believe, I am purified. If you're able to believe that you're a useless, worthless person, you're also able to believe you're a Buddha. You have to work hard at being a useless person. Better to believe in what is intrinsic. So then it says, then let the Guru melt into you and remain in the state of the merging with their mind and yours. So the Guru could be Machik Labdran, Tara, male, female, it doesn't matter. All these meditation deities are the revelation of the purity of the mind. So there are different ways of doing the merging. We do it often. The deity comes to the top of your head, shrinks down into a ball of light, and then into you, and your body of light merges into it and vanish like we looked yesterday. But you can also imagine that the Guru in front of you comes and merges directly into your body, which is a body of light. Now there is nothing to grasp at, nothing to hold on to. So whether you dissolve into emptiness or you stay with the light of emptiness, this is the non-duality. So he says, don't recollect or follow the habits of past desires, and don't give rise to thoughts that explore the future. This is enough. The ego is never satisfied. The ego always wants something more, some adjustment, some improvement. So this kind of wobble is very likely to arise in your mind. In that moment, you have to see, oh, this is like the Mara, this is a demon. This will steal my peace. This will pull me into thinking about the past, then emotions come up, regrets or longings. The past is gone. Nobody can bring it back. Thinking about the past is madness. I wish they hadn't left. I miss them. What value does this thought bring to your life? I miss a vanished object. If only I had that, I would be happier. Now, if you see into this, you see, oh, this is dependent origination. On the basis of having that, I'm happy. On the basis of not having that, I am unhappy. The object completes the subject. So instead of practicing Dzogchen, the great completion, you're practicing the small half completion. So you could put that as your advert on a dating website. Anxiously half-formed, lonely self seeks missing half. Good luck. So when you are in that state, he says, don't give rise to thoughts that explore the future. Here in the present moment, free of the notions of an active subject and of deeds to be done. So it doesn't mean that you can just issue a royal command and all these thoughts stop. It means when he says remain free of these arisings, they will be present. It means remain free of involvement with the many different occurrences which arise, sensations, memories, hopes, and so on. What will I use it for? What more can this thought give me? Who is the one who needs the thought? The ego subjectivity has hunger. Awareness has no hunger. So if you're practicing on your own, and if you want to do a retreat, even if you can only do it for, say, 2 hours, you can focus on praying to Padmasambhava, saying the 7-line prayer. And if, as I say, you can get some version of that on the website. And when you do the dissolving and you find yourself getting lost, you go back into praying with devotion. And you use your sadness and your fear as a fuel for devotion. I did the practice, but I was just saying empty words. I thought you were here, but now I forget you because I want my thoughts, I want my sensations. So now you know what to pray for. Protect me from these false identifications, which lead into endless rebirth in samsara. The potential of the mind is open and empty. Therefore, it has no resistance to what is arising. This is here, but it's not me. That's the sky and the cloud. But if you collapse into an identification with the thought or the feeling, then it becomes sticky and it merges with other thoughts, feelings, and so on. And then you're just in a little labyrinth of whirlwind of confusion. Thoughts and feelings and memories are okay as an aspect of compassion for relating to other people in specific circumstances. That is to say, they have situational value. But in this situation, I want to awaken to my own mind. The Lama has said, this is the method whereby you can awaken to awareness. I want this, but I have a habit of choosing obscuration rather than light. So now you are at the existential crossroads or crisis. I am awareness, I am ego self. But this is not a simple either or. These are incommensurable. You can't compare and contrast them. You can say, I want happiness, not sadness. They're both feeling tones. But Rigpa, awareness, is not a thing. The ego self is an experience revealed by the light of awareness. But because the ego self is a phony, a thief, an imposter, it takes the light of awareness and says, this is me. So we say that awareness is like the sun. The ego self is like the moon. The moon has no light of her own. The light of the sun reflects on the moon and the moon looks bright. That's why we have to see the source, which is emptiness. From the empty ground, the light of awareness shines out. It is direct and instant. The ego makes use of this to illuminate its thoughts and feelings and so on. But this is actually a dark light, an obscuration. So the active subject is to enter into the light of the moon. When you are in your ego subjective self, each moment of your self-identity is impermanent and will quickly dissolve. This is not a dogma or a belief. If you just sit with your mind, you will see that this is true. And what you think or believe you're experiencing in the environment, that also is arising and passing. So he says, you must directly see your own awareness to be the Buddha's unimpeded clarity. Unimpeded clarity means everything is there, sadness, happiness, memories, so on. But these arisings are non-referential. I am not the referent. They are not referring to me. As the text was saying before, awareness is not an object of thought. The mind itself is not an object of thought. So when you have this sense, I feel sad, this is a little package deal. This is a subject and object delusion arising together and about to vanish. When you see it's vanishing, then you see there was nothing ever to grasp. as if you're looking at the ocean and you see the waves. The sea shows the waves. They are there, but ungraspable. You can't say there are no waves, and yet the waves, sorry, on you go. And yet there are no waves that exist apart from the ocean. This is the clarity of the Buddha's mind. Everything which arises is clarity. It is the showing of the potential of the mind. It is this. It's not referring to anything else. It's just this. So that is our practice. Okay, we take a break now. If we could be back at 1:45, so that's 25 minutes. That would be good. Thank you. Okay. So just before we continue, I would like to say how fortunate we are to have such good translators. The text is quite difficult, and the way I explain it is quite dense, but I have full confidence in the translators, and that makes my work very easy. So I am very grateful to them. Okay, so now he's continuing to describe how to work with the openness you get from merging with the Guru. In this state, there is only open presence. So he says, moreover, the presence of your own awareness is empty and without self-substance. So again, this is a reminder, if something of self-substance seems to arise, this is the movement of the mind. Leave it alone. Even if what occurs seems very difficult or unpleasant or negative, there is no inherent quality of good or bad. This appears bad to you because of your karmic orientation. So if you confirm this is bad, the badness you confirm is confirming you as an ego entity. So don't enter into judgment. Or, since we will enter into judgment, as soon as this occurs, try to be aware of it and then cease activity. Leave it alone. Then you return to awareness. So it says, your own awareness is free of conceptual elaboration. This has two aspects. It means awareness itself doesn't develop any conceptual elaborations. And these conceptual elaborations do not illuminate awareness. They cannot tell the truth about awareness because awareness is inexpressible. However, the conceptual elaborations are a modality of the energy of the mind. So if you see them as a kind of play, you don't need to worry about them. It's when they are taken seriously that they cause trouble. So again, we have to remember these stages of ignorance that we looked at previously and see that as the ego self develops and refines itself, it is making use of the patterning of concepts to establish itself in a world that it can participate in and, if possible, control. Concepts are the method of validating the ego self. It's helpful when you're not doing your sitting practice just to look at that in the world. In hospitals and universities, you see the signs showing the development of specialization in the last 50 years. You get so many specialist groupings. If you have to go for some cancer treatment, then there are so many varieties of cancers to be treated and parts of the body where it is, and you have to go to a particular waiting room and so on. Everything that happens in these hospital departments is concept-based. It's not that the concepts are bad, it's that they can take on a particular gravity, which makes it difficult to realize they are just concepts. So if you see that this elaboration is a way in which worlds are built up, then he's saying your own presence, your own intrinsic awareness, it is an innate clarity and illuminates itself by itself. So concepts establish that this is not that. Now, presence in being free of conceptualization or beyond conceptualization cannot be established as something made up of different bits or parts. So it's not that we have an awareness which has clarity and it has the capacity to illuminate itself. The sun and its rays of light are together. If you have the sun, you have the light. So the clarity, although we use words like awareness and clarity, it is an inconceivable whole. It doesn't illuminate itself as something. The illumination is the appearance which is inseparable from emptiness. Just as the mirror illuminates or shows the reflection without having any special machine inside to do it, it just does it. When you look for your mind, at first you're looking like a subject trying to find this special object, this mysterious thing, maybe using this famous 5 questions. You look and you look and you look and you don't find anything. And then you start to see, without looking, you see that there is nothing. If you like, this seeing gives you a definite knowing, a definite undeniable clarity, but you don't know anything. It's not that you know something. I know my mind is big or small. The mind is the space within which experience occurs. It's not a fixed space. When you go outside, the space of your mind is shifting all the time. It can be vast as the sky, small as looking to tie your shoelace. So when you see directly that the mind is empty, you are present in and as the clarity of the mind which is illuminating the mind. No one is illuminating the mind. Because when you see in that way and you are simply the clarity of the mind, there is no ego self operating. So the presence of your awareness is clear and unpolluted. As we looked before, nothing can touch it, and therefore it's free of pollution. It is free of the intellect's focusing on objects and reliance on signs. So ignoring means not mobilizing awareness. When you are in this situation of ignoring how it is, you imagine how it is not. You imagine what it is. And that what it isness is the appearance of objects which are identified by reliance on signs. So today, when we finish, if you go for a walk, observe how you name everything you see. Maybe you go in a park and there's things growing there. You don't know their name, but you say it's a flower, it's a bush. That kind of that level of conceptualization is enough for you. But you might really like one of the bushes and think, oh, I want that for my garden. So you have to ask people, what is this one thing called? So I can go and try to buy it. So you can see whether the ground is wet and sticky or dry. You constantly interpreting the flow of experience. This gives you access to worldly power. You function as a human being in a human world. And this human world manifests out of conceptualization. And the key point is to see that you are, although you think that you are describing things which are out there, your very use of these concepts and words evokes or calls into existence the potential of the ground which has never existed. It's very important that you don't believe what I say, because otherwise you just accumulate some ideas. Oh, James said this. You should be more suspicious. Maybe James is not very reliable. I have to check this for myself. If you look and you see, then you can rest. But if you just turn the Dharma into a set of concepts, and you are moving them and juggling them, and you never quite arrive at your own clarity. If I watch you eating, my stomach won't get full. So if you just eat these words, you're going to stay very thin. If you want to get a proper Buddha belly, you have to eat the world. You have to observe moment by moment. How am I participating? Direct or mediated? Direct means I receive. Awareness, when we have the image of the sun, it looks like it's radiating out and illuminating everything. But awareness is also space, which is always receiving. Because they say awareness and emptiness, rigtong, which means illumination, which is empty. As you walk along the street, the world is flowing through you. This is a flow of revelation, just flowing through this and this and this and this. Then you start to trust the clarity of revelation rather than the effortful construction of interpretation. Your true, he says, then your true presence cannot be recognized as something. You cannot know yourself. You are not an object of knowledge, and other people are not an object of knowledge. Their true presence is their here-ness, thisness, which is just this. When you recognize, oh, that is a man called John, and John agrees, yes, I am a man called John, you're talking about a construct. What is the Johnness of John? What a meaningless question. In the realm of science, you never need to think about silly things like that. John is John. Don't make me crazy. But of course, John is a name, a sign. Well, tell me about John. That means let's make John. This is why gossip is very lovely. Oh, and you can't, of course, discuss John if John is there. Otherwise, he might disagree. But if we meet together and we talk about John, he is one asshole. And we can build up this total picture of definite knowledge of John. This is how concepts are used. Unreliable patternings of concepts are taken to be revelations of truth. But he's saying your true presence cannot be recognized as something. When you make definitive statements about yourself, you're referring to a habit. You might think, I'm a bit shy, or I'm socially avoidant. This is an energetic patterning. Someone says, oh, we're having a party, please come. You think, oh God, I don't want to meet all these people. Someone else on receiving that invitation would be very happy. So shy allows the person to avoid opening to the potential which they have to enjoy the party. I know I wouldn't like it because I know what I'm like. This is the prison of the concept. So presence is never trapped in these concepts. Because our ego self is a conceptual construct, it is always limited. It is knowable through its limitations, as its limitations, and it cannot find its true nature because its currency is concepts, and the conceptual currency doesn't buy a ticket into awareness. It is untouched and unsullied by any of the good or bad aspects of Buddhas or sentient beings. That is to say, qualities are a showing. The showing shows what is shown. The showing doesn't tell you the truth of the ground of the showing. Oh, the reflection in the mirror doesn't tell you the truth of the mirror. It shows indirectly, or you can infer the potential of the mirror to show reflections because there are reflections, but no reflection is the truth of the mirror. No quality that you have is definitive of you. Happy or sad, lazy, intelligent, confused. These are ways in which the energy of the ground manifests. They don't define. The ground, your presence is undefinable. So the showing is from the ground, but it doesn't show you the ground. It shows the showing. This, if you really understand this, you see how insane prejudice and judgment is. It is undeniable that we have patterns of behavior, personality, and so on, but they have no inherent existence. They arise due to causes and conditions. They are performatively me, but they are not essentially me. And so when we judge people in terms of their performance, the shape of their body, the language they speak, whether they can cook or not, and so on, you are imputing an imagined definable essence to something which has no definable essence. And this is ignorance. Then he says it's not affected by any of the faults or good qualities of knowing, virtue, or error. So your capacity to discriminate between what is virtuous and what is unvirtuous is valid inside relative truth, in which these categories of good and bad, virtue and non-virtue seem to offer some validity. But these categories do not touch the mind itself. So, for example, in the Tantric tradition, we have many wrathful Buddhas. They look very scary. They are the compassion of the Buddha. How can that be? They don't look very compassionate. They're carrying many different weapons. They're making very loud noises. They have flames all around them. So you might think, oh, this is a demon. Someone else says, no, I received the initiation. This is a very wonderful deity. These are concepts, neither good nor bad. These are good and bad are interpretations. Emptiness is not touched by good or bad. Now, what's absolutely vital at this point is to see he's talking about the emptiness of the mind. In terms of compassion, in terms of relating to people, virtue and unvirtue are not the same. Kindness is absolutely vital in terms of interaction in the world, because kindness allows us to invite people into the inclusive space of the mind. But we often live in a kind of Lego world. We build up something and then we take it down again. So we build up our virtue and then we do some bad things and make people unhappy, and our pile of virtue goes down. So this is a description of construction and destruction. But the mind itself is not created by good things and it's not harmed by bad things. It is not the outcome of a process. It's not the effect of a cause. In other words, it is not like anything you know. It is free, that he says it is free of all the Dharma names and titles such as Dzogchen and Mahamudra. It is silence. It is space. You can't catch it. When you catch things, then you come into relative truth. Now with computers, you can go and tune into all kinds of Dharma assemblies in which people sit on special thrones with special hats and teach special things like Dzogchen and Mahamudra. Whether it's done in a very fancy, elaborated way or a very simple way, whatever is said and shown is not the real thing. No one can give it to you and you can't get it. Then it might sound completely pointless. What are we doing? This is maybe this Dzogchen is some amazing new capitalist production, selling nothing to no one. I have here the highest quality of emptiness. You can look in Africa, in India, you look wherever you like, you never will find emptiness like this. So we have to be careful. We want something. As long, sorry, on you go. The one who wants something is the ego, because it is like Lego. The ego is building itself and building itself. I have nothing. This is one way to think of Dzogchen. It's to be absolutely finished. Finished not in the sense of now we have built the house and we can live in it, but finished in the sense I've lost my job, my partner's thrown me out, I've nowhere to sleep, I don't know what to do, I'm just sitting, I'm finished. This is how Siya Lama explained it to me. Now you have nothing and there's nothing to be done. So don't do anything. Then your mind will be clear to you. But as long as you are a competent, busy person, you will be making all kinds of patterns of thoughts. So this is all an encouragement. When you sit in the practice, you do the dissolving or the opening, and you just sit. At that time, there is nothing to be done. What are you doing? Not doing anything. How do you expect to get anywhere if you don't do something? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here. If I do something, I won't be here. When you see the truth of this, then you see, oh, do less, do less. If you start thinking, oh, I'm doing the highest practice, this is the most important form of Buddhism, then you add unnecessary concepts. So then he says, good and bad, permanent and vanishing, birth and destruction, moving and changing, binding and liberating, gaining and losing, hopes and doubts, accepting and rejecting, inhibiting and practicing, regarding these and all the others, in brief, it pays no regard to any of the attitudes and phenomena encompassed within samsara, nirvana, and their middle path. So, in the third line of this paragraph, it said, free of the intellect's focusing on objects and reliance on signs. So, signs means this list that we've just read out, good and bad, permanent and vanishing. These are all signs or labels by which you give yourself a sense of what is happening. So when you pin the sign onto an object, the object seems to exist just as it is named, and you are powerful as the namer. Now, clearly, I'm listening, well, I don't understand, but I'm tracking Robert, who's putting what I say into German. I need Robert to do this because I don't know German. Each language is a set of signs. They are conventionally true. They are not true in themselves. They work because the people who know that language agree that this sign has some correspondence to an object. So here we have these two possibilities. When we say everything is like a dream, then the word calls something forward in a kind of magical way, and it is as if what is being seemingly referred to is actually there. This is the creative movement of concepts and signs. But we can only recognize it as creativity when we see that it's moving in a realm of emptiness. If I think I'm living in a world of real objects, real substances, then it's not creating anything, it's simply being used to describe real things. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. We see a tree. The tree exists. I look at it, I see it's a tree. I've seen many trees. I've seen pictures of trees in books. It's a tree. It's a tree with roots in the ground. The roots are actively communicating with the earth, taking in liquids and minerals and so on. The tree is a distribution system. With photosynthesis, it's a transformation system. The tree is dynamic. It is varied in its aspects of root, trunk, branch, leaf. As I think about the tree, as I walk around it and look from different points of view, the tree reveals itself, or rather the tree reveals aspects of its potential. The tree is a potential. Somebody who knows about trees will be able to have a much more sophisticated conversation with the tree than I can. And artists going to paint the tree will also have a different approach to how they allow the tree to emerge through their artwork. The tree is not a thing, it's a potential. How you think about it evokes aspects of that potential. If you don't think about it, you experience another wider, deeper, just another aspect of it. Or shall we say, the tree for the silent mind is a silent tree. If you don't tell the tree what it is, the tree shows, but without hooking your concepts. So the silent tree, or the virgin tree, and the conceptualized tree, they're not two kinds of tree. These are different approaches or different veilings or unveilings. So it's the same with our mind. Whatever qualities we see in the mind, every revealing is also a concealing. When you highlight certain aspects, other aspects are not attended to. The whole tree cannot be grasped from one standpoint. The whole mind cannot be grasped from one standpoint. So he's saying whatever categories you apply, they will not bring you to the thing itself, because the thing itself is not a thing. So he's saying the presence of your own awareness, this is you, your own awareness, it depends on nothing whatsoever. This is what intrinsic means. It's not resting on anything. It's not supported by anything. It just is. But it isn't anything, and yet it is. It's not mixed with anything. This is why we don't need to do artificial purification practices. The mind is primordially pure. It has never been mixed with anything. It's not touched by anything. It's not contaminated by anything whatsoever. So again, this is so helpful for being really clear the difference between the mind as awareness and your ego self, your personality, your personal history, and so on. You might have had very critical parents, parents who were disappointed in you. And because you emerged in this life, your personality has a sense of never being good enough. If I show myself, I'm going to be judged, so I better hide. But when I hide, I deprive myself of the nurturing that comes from full participation. So we could say your personality, your sense of yourself is contaminated because these inhibitions and anxieties and fears continue to shape how you participate in the environment. But you are not your personality. Personality is manifesting pathways of energy. I am afraid to speak to that person. This is a mood or a coloration. If there is no requirement to speak to that person, I relax a little bit. On the basis of that person, I become inhibited. This is not a fixed quality in me. It is situationally emergent due to patterns which have been developed in other situations. It is a tendency. A potential becomes a tendency when you practice it a bit. It becomes easier to manifest it. You also have the potential to be confident, to be more extrovert, but you haven't been practicing that. And you can't practice it because you're shy. So this distortion, this overprivileging of certain aspects of your potential carries with it a shrinking back of other aspects of your potential. And so you experience yourself as preformed. This is me, this is how I am. This is very sad. You have a lot of potential. Everybody has a lot of potential. But when we step out of what is sometimes called our comfort zone, which we might also call the prison of our restricted sense of self, then we feel anxious. And the anxiety tells me it's not safe. Better to hide, it's safer inside. Should we believe that little voice? It's just a concept. If you believe the concept, it's another brick in the wall of your prison. The greatest toxin is self-knowledge. I know who I am. I know what I'm like. This is so crazy. How could that be true? You have to know who you are. You have to know what you're like. But this knowledge is based off stories. Things parents said, siblings said, teachers, lovers, whoever. So you can live your whole life wrapped in a story about yourself. We know in terms of what's happening in America, where narratives about the status of people with particular skin colors or racial backgrounds, these stories become very determinant of privilege or lack of privilege, life or death. So it's really important to see that all of these sentient beings have this Buddha nature, have a mind whose nature is light. Being born in a human body, which has certain features, the identification of these features as signs allow people to make definite statements about the value of that person. This creates an obscuration of their potential. That is to say, the construct of the person or the formation of the ego self can carry signs, but awareness is not touched by any sign. So it's very helpful to take some paper and write down the definite knowledge you have about yourself. What kind of person I am. Then you see the components used in the construction of your sense of self. This sense of self is a veil that hides the openness of your awareness. Your awareness has never been contaminated, but the ego self, because it is hungry, will eat shit and pretend it's chocolate. This is the sorrow of samsara. People believing that they are absolutely limited. They are relatively limited, but that relative manifestation is not the whole truth. The relative is the play of emergence of the absolute, which is open, empty, pure from the very beginning. Then he says, your awareness has no preferences and it has no bias. So this whole paragraph, which is very, very beautiful, is like, it's like someone helping you to learn how to ride a horse. You have to find your seat on the horse. You have to have balance, but it's not theory because you're on a horse. The horse has a life and the horse is having a communication with you. So when your ego self sits to do meditation, it's going to ride on this horse of space. You have to relax and trust that the horse is not going to throw you off. Just relax. Don't judge. It will be fine because everything is arising from the ground and self-vanishing. So then in the next short paragraph begins, the actual presence of one's own awareness is very clear, sharp, shining, fresh, and naked. So we have a sense of what this means, that it's free of obscuration. It's fresh because it's not covered by the past. It's not wrapped in assumptions or presuppositions. Nothing covers it. It's naked. We know as a person that you get covered by a mood. And when that happens, you become even more limited. But awareness is uncovered. And he says, this is the view of the Buddhas. Now, we don't see this. That's why we do the Guru Yoga. Have the light coming into our body, and then we merge with the Buddha, and then we can look with the Buddha's eyes. If you don't do the dissolving, you look with your own eyes. Then you won't see this. So when we pray to Padmasambhava in the 7-line prayer, we say, Keki Jesu Dadruki, I want to be like you. I'm going to follow like you. So then we learn to see, oh, my mind is clear. Then it says, its openness is empty. This is the novo, the unborn aspect of the mind. Its immediateness is clear. This is its quality of instant presence. And its apparition, manakaya, is all-pervading. That is to say, we're going to have a break soon. If you go and have a walk, you can just relax in out breath, open. Then, oh, all this. And as you moving in all this, which is sudden, instant, always fully formed, without effort, like walking in a dream, you find something catches your eye, you hear something, you look at a beautiful blossoming bush, you appreciate everything. You feel the qualities of what is emerging in the environment around you. And this is the all-pervading quality. That is to say, you can respond to everything. It's not a judgment. We're not saying this is good or bad, but we find ourselves moving towards things, away from things. It's fresh in the moment. If you walk along the road and you look in someone's garden because there are some flowers, there's no need to have any thought about it. The beauty of the shapes and the colors floods in through your eyes, and then you're walking, and then something else, and something else. If there is no commentary, it's fresh. Whenever you find yourself wrapped in the commentary, in the conceptualization, release into the out-breath. So he says, so firstly, one must awaken to one's own presence. This is the central point. This is the first point of Garab Dorji, to see directly how your own awareness is, which is to say, to become the openness of awareness. So this is our main practice. Until this is clear, we are sitting on concepts. When this becomes clear, then the concepts are floating through the mind, but we are not resting on them. Then he says, then one must abide in one's own place. It's clear this is how it is. This is your place. Openness is your place. It's your own place here doesn't mean a mood or a way of being. It means open and allowing the energy of the mind to flow through without interruption. This is the second of the 3 points of Garab Dorji. Means having seen how your mind is, don't question it, don't try to improve it. If you think, so on you go. If you start to have opinions about what is happening, then you're really at the crossroads. Do I trust the concept or relax into openness? If I follow the concept, this is the back door into samsara. Trust the spaciousness of the mind. You will find that intuitive awareness makes your life very easy. So-called third eye of the Buddha this is the immediate intuition, which means you don't have to think so much. Thinking makes you stupid. Don't think. How will I know what to do? You won't know. So how will I feel confident? Because you will be non-dual with the situation. You will be in emergent participation. It's like dancing. If you open to the music will dance you. If you open to a situation, you will find yourself speaking and responding. And he says, and finally, one must become unchanging as this. Now you are so familiar with the self-liberating of what arises that you cannot slip into dualistic vibration. This is the third point of Garab Dorji. Continue in this way. The mind is open and empty, full of immediate clarity, with illusory apparitional movement occurring. These 3 aspects are also linked with these 3 statements of Garab Dorji. So the most important one for us as beginners is to find the mind itself. Once you have the empty mind, everything flows from that. So again and again, release yourself from busy preoccupations, come through the senses, and work with the world as it presents itself. Okay, so we take a break now for lunch. I make it about 7 minutes past the hour. So if we could be back at the next hour. For England, it's 2 o'clock, Germany, 3 o'clock. But okay, see you then. Have a good break. Bye, bye, bye. Very good. Very, very, very good. So this coronavirus has brought a lot of change to our plans. We still have some hopes that we can meet later in the year in different European countries, but it's very uncertain. And many obstacles arise with Dharma work as well at this time. The production of books somehow becomes very slow, and there are many obstacles and difficulties. But we have a new book coming very soon. They still have some small problems with the printer, but hopefully in a week or so it will be available. And it starts with a general consideration of dependent origination and goes right through to some Dzogchen at the end. So it's full of traditional texts. These texts are, of course, quite dense and they belong to other cultures. So I think it's good to have a balance between explanations I can give you and a very close reading of the text as well. The key thing is to find a way of keeping Dharma close to you all the time. Dharma is a how I live. He was just, this wonderful Lama Chetsangpa was just describing that we stay open to our presence and integrate everything into that presence. When you have this simple point, then you will see that all the Dharma teachings make sense. For example, it becomes obvious that if you are full of stuff, that is to say, if you are involved in and attached to the contents of your mind, you will not be able to open to everything which is occurring. And therefore, we need to maybe study more about impermanence and death and emptiness. This was Siya Lama's approach to teaching Dzogchen. Go in as far as you can, and when obstacles arise, then you can use them to see how you limit yourself. You just need to free yourself from your limitation without judging yourself. So he says, great meditators, male and female, this is how you should protect your reliable awakening to how awareness actually is. Without sinking or covering, without disturbance or distraction, clearly and freshly maintain awareness free of intellectualization. Simply what he's saying is, the naked mind needs nothing, so don't add, don't subtract. Gradually, many Tibetan books are being translated into Western languages. You start to see how amazingly bright were the minds of many of the great yogis. They were not intellectualizing, they were not theorizing, but they can set out a very detailed description of how the mind ties itself in knots. The danger is that you start to idealize and you think, oh, these are very, very special people. They have these wonderful qualities. I'm not like that. Everyone has a bright mind. We have varying degrees of obscuration, and our degree of obscuration is not fixed. So what we looked at earlier today was, do not define yourself as a limited being. He then says, comfortably and evenly maintain awareness free of thoughts. So the sentences are translated like this because it's the way it's written in Tibetan. But when it says maintain awareness free of thoughts, it's not something to be maintained. So when you get an active verb like maintain, we need to understand it that it's more like don't lose or don't slip away from. Awareness doesn't need our support. It doesn't need our polishing. We as ego self find it difficult to stay open. The ego avoids relaxation because it is activity. Karma is activity. The mind itself doesn't do anything. So if we're clear about this again and again, we let go, and let go. Comfortably means, oh, I don't need it. That's fine. That's fine. With empty clarity, maintain awareness free of entities. If you don't grasp at concepts and use them to formulate the felt sense of an entity with inherent existence, that will not exist because it's a fantasy in your mind. Or to put it another way, the way to maintain awareness is to do nothing. There are many kinds of subtle attachments. So you might think you are relaxed, but actually you have tension in your energetic system. Tibetans use the image of a water meadow where beneath the grass in the middle of the meadow, there is water flowing under the ground. So we had this term, our own continuity, or santana, means the continuous stream of thoughts and associations which gives us the sense of the continuity of ourselves. This is running pretty much on automatic pilot. There is a work of construction, but because we are so familiar to it, it is as if it's not occurring and things are just how they are. And this is why you can sometimes feel you're not making any progress with the practice, because there is a kind of weaving of the threads of your habit formations, your plans and so on. Instead of them just arising and passing, they seem to come together and create a solidified road along which you travel. If there are entities, there is grasping. Because when you are sitting and your mind is relatively clear, you directly experience thoughts come and go, they come and go. Then you see the thought has no power to catch me. I catch the thought, and then it is as if the thought catches me. So when that occurs, when your meditation gets heavy and dull, that's a sign that you're stuck in this paradigm of duality. If that happens, don't struggle for long. Sit for maybe another 2 minutes, see how it goes. The problem is this becomes like a traffic jam. One car breaks down and then suddenly there's 1,000 cars behind it having to slow down and the flow is lost. So get up, have a stretch, maybe wash your face with cold water and then sit down again. It's better to move outside the meditation than to struggle inside the meditation. So then it says, directly maintain awareness free of grasping. So again, awareness does not grasp. What this means is, as soon as you notice that you are slipping from open, relaxed awareness into an egoic nexus of involvement, relax. So, for example, if I just let my head turn around in the room, many piles of papers and so on appear. When I identify something in particular, there's a narrowing of focus and an intensification of focus. Then say I grasp at the thing I have focused on, like my pen. So I now have a mobilized involvement in one thing. And because I'm thinking about the pen, I start thinking, oh, maybe I need to buy more pens. So if I go up the hill to the shops, I should buy some envelopes as well. So we all know this experience where chains of signifiers start to move together and you have all kinds of intentions. It's possible to perceive the pen without grasping. And that is especially easy if you keep the pen in the world, so that you have a clarity of a panoramic awareness. As soon as you bring your focus into one thing in particular, it is decontextualized. The pen in the room and the pen in my hand, in a sense, they're different pens. The pen in the room belongs to the room. It's just something in the room. When I grasp the pen with my hand and with my mind, then it becomes my pen. So grasping is the apprehension of the apprehendable. Empty phenomena are unapprehendable. So if you want to apprehend them, you have to fill them with something. put existence into them, then they become like a noun. Then they're able to carry their qualities of liking or expensive or whatever associations arise. So the seeing arising with awareness is much lighter than the, the movement towards egoic grasping. But its awareness is also very precise. Clearly maintain awareness without a root. So the root is the tendency to plant our experience. For example, I, me, myself. I can plant this in the past, in my memories, in the future, in my plans, in what I'm doing today. So I can plant myself in a memory of being 10 years of age or last summer. I remember when I did this. When you start to speak in that way, you are planting yourself into the recollection of that environment, and then many, many other associations come, and the whole little garden is growing. So awareness has no roots and doesn't need planting. So if you start to link awareness to something, it's no longer awareness. Nakedly maintain awareness free of obscuration. So I am sitting here in front of you, and I am naked. I am naked, but you see my shirt. Under my shirt, I am naked. I can feel my skin against the shirt. The body is naked. It's not covered for the body. The body is naked and fresh. The mind is naked and fresh. So when the thoughts and feelings come, they are not covering the mind, they are illuminated by the awareness. If the whole sky is gray and full of dark clouds, the sky is obscured for those who live in the place behind or underneath the clouds. If you're up in a plane, clouds are not obscuring the sky. So when you feel obscuration, when you feel dull, this is a sign that you have merged into the arising. Now, we are used to doing that. That's how we speak. I feel sad. Actually, some sadness is moving through the mind. But if I feel sad, then the ego self gives itself into the sadness, and they become fused as if this was the truth of the self at that moment. Now, this is very interesting if you want to get close to your mind. When we looked at the Guru Yoga, here is Padmasambhava, a translucent form of light. And you merge into this because you are also light. There you have merging as liberation. But sadness arises and you merge into the sadness, that is merging as limitation. Over my years as a therapist, I have listened to so many accounts of merging with limitation. All the neuroses, the psychoses, bipolar conditions are all forms of merging. And the reason merging is possible is because the mind is empty. Our openness is a vulnerability if the openness is not integral with emptiness. We need to be more open in order to be more safe. Because when you're open but available for merging and you merge into the illusion of something substantial, then you're in that cloud for a while. So if you like to move, you can put a stream of music, but very different kinds of tunes, and just have the music come on. And as soon as the music changes, you then dance completely into the mood and movements of that piece of music. The music moves me. if I allow the music to take me, to merge into me, so that I become the music. So this is the same as feeling thirsty and needing a drink. And there is an arising, you merge in it, and an activity follows. Merging occurs all the time. The difference is the text is talking about self-arising, self-liberating. Something arises, it's here, and it's gone. While it's here, it's this. And this is all there is. Then it's gone. But when there is a root, when, that is to say, when your mind is suffused with this egoic identification, then sadness becomes my sadness. I'm sad. And then instead of merging and parting, meeting, dissolving, liberating, meeting, dissolving, liberating, I'm fused. It is as if I am this state. Now, what the text said, and in my experience it's true, all arising things are vanishing. If it's not going, it's because you're hanging on to it. You might think, I don't, because I want to get rid of it. I don't like this. We have to remember, the ego does not like to be empty. It will fill itself with anything, with loneliness, with jealousy, with happiness, obsessions, anxieties. Ego will hang on to anything because it wants to have an identity. I am ... So he says, effortlessly maintain awareness free of artifice. We are so habituated to artifice that we don't notice it. Perhaps you have been yourself, or you've known somebody who was a chain smoker, smoking the cigarette, and their hand goes down and takes another one out of the packet, they put it in the mouth and they light it out of the one they're smoking. Very often there's no conscious decision to do this. It's automated, yeah, have a cigarette. So the artificiality of putting a piece of paper in your mouth to make smoke come out of it, that's not apparent to the smoker. It's normal for me to smoke. It's natural for me to smoke. So behaviors which are truly unnatural can become natural if they're done sufficiently. So artifice means contrived. It means some subtle intentional involvement is brought to bear. Only you in your practice can truly find out what this kind of sentence means. You have to be very still. Then you see these subtle movements occurring. If you have a mouse in the kitchen, you have to sit very quietly in the kitchen. Then you see the little nose coming out from under the cooker. So it's the same with your mind. Sniffing the air, little teeth. So he says, great meditators, do not patch this with any other dharma. Do not mix it with any other dharma, for this awareness stands alone. Means this is enough. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to do prostrations or mandala offerings or pujas. It's not that these are bad, but these are methods of making adjustment. So if you want to see how the mind is, stop adjusting it. Awareness stands alone. It doesn't need anything done to improve it. It is complete. It has no friend, no companion. Children often have an imaginary friend, especially if they are lonely. Buddhism is full of imaginary friends. Tara is my best friend. Tara, what should I do? Tara, shall we sing to each other? This is also very useful because it helps you to feel settled and relaxed and unafraid. It's the term is yidam. It means what the mind is bonded with. But of course, that is a duality, that's an attachment. It's a good attachment, like a child learning to swim and they have inflatable little bags on their arms so they won't feel they're sinking. But awareness doesn't have any props or supports. It's naked, but it's not lonely because it's just relaxed and infinite. There is no lack. When you're lonely, something is missing. If only I could be with you. And of course, when we are with particular people, it shifts our mood and it opens up doors of our potential and so on. This is the potential of the mind to manifest. The empty mind has the field, expresses the field of display, which shows the apparitional movement. The empty mind needs nothing. The manifestation into the world is interactive. It's not dualistic, but it's interactive. How our form manifests depends on the other factors which are emergent in the field. The emergent form could feel lonely if it forgets its own ground, but the ground awareness is not lonely. Nothing is missing. Oh, if only you were here with me. This is not the voice of the awareness. Awareness is silent, infinite. So for most of us, it's a lot of very fine work to keep releasing ourselves from the seduction of being someone somewhere. And so he's saying, because it's naked, keep it steadily and peacefully by itself. So again, the wonderful image of the mirror. The reflection is in the mirror, but the mirror is alone. It's not touched by the reflection. Reflections in the mirror can be moving together, but they don't affect the aloneness of the mirror. When you are talking, emptiness is talking. When you are walking, emptiness is walking. You're talking with someone. You're walking down the road, talking with someone. Emptiness is walking with emptiness. Emptiness is talking with emptiness. The ground is empty, and what arises out of the ground is empty. When you are not aware of this, then the other person is real. It was a wonderful conversation. Perhaps we could meet again, because we have apprehended someone. But truly, there is no one to be apprehended, because now I can't stop thinking about you. And we find a way to meet. But you're in a bad mood. I have not been longing to meet someone in a bad mood. I have been longing to meet the person who made me happy last time. But how come they're not available? You should be the way I know you can be. We know what these stories are like. Other people are not objects. They are not fixed things. Connectivity arises and passes. So if we stay relaxed and open, if meeting arises, you can have deep meeting. But in order for that to happen, the mind has to be open. As soon as you grasp, you're grasping something. And because there is no one there, you will be disappointed. So he says, the appearance of the objects of the six senses will arise from this openness, but no matter what appearances arise, remain free of grasping towards their appearance, their emptiness, and their clarity. We are living in the flow of light, which is, if you like, this is the love of the Dharmakaya. It's an unlimited showing, but what is being shown is not something. So we say whatever comes through the six senses, smells, tastes, and so on, remain free of grasping towards their appearance and grasping towards their emptiness and grasping towards their clarity. So if, say, for example, you go out and you meet someone and they want to tell you a long story, too much. Now I have a longing for emptiness. But their story is not finished. The space of the mind is filled with this ocean of words. See, now I want silence. Silence would be an antidote to these words which don't interest me. The heart of this is doesn't interest me, not what I want. Just open. If clarity comes, it comes and goes. If emptiness is present very clearly, and then appearance arises and seems to be in the place of emptiness, yeah, okay. Now you have to be careful. He's not saying that you should allow other people to abuse you or oppress you. We are practicing meditation. We're wanting to keep the mind relaxed and open in the midst of interactions. And of course, you get lost. But just as if you were sitting in a meditation practice and you get trapped in some ideas, you free yourself a little bit with the out-breath, you can do the same with people. If you remember before we looked at, don't enter into judgment, don't come to a final conclusion. If a thought arises saying, this is awful, or God, this person's boring, observe that concept. This person is boring. Which person? There is no person. This is sound and emptiness. But I don't like it. That's a judgment. It's not what I want. This is a limitation. If you look, then you see, oh, I am not tormented by the world. I'm tormented by me because I am tensing up. I am wanting to push away the bad things and hold on to the good things. But if I simply stay with what is occurring, it will vanish. Good situations are impermanent and vanish. Difficult situations are impermanent and vanish. So then he says, don't put appearances outside. Don't keep awareness inside. So we're in the six senses. It's very easy to believe, oh, I am looking out of my eyes. I am hearing with my ears. Therefore, I must be inside and appearances must be outside. These are interpretations. When you relax, you find that the field is not divided into outside and inside. This is why we practice with our eyes open. The world is not the enemy. Sounds arise outside, sensations in the body. In the field which is revealed to awareness, there is no division. If you don't interpret your experience, you will be very surprised at how instantly present awareness is everywhere. Appearance and awareness are inseparable. So don't maintain the direct clarity. So do maintain the direct clarity that is free of inside and outside. So clarity is simply the presence of the revelation. In Dzogchen, we don't have a big barrier between how we behave in our sitting practice and how we behave outside. We're not really doing anything different in these two situations. So you do the white yoga, the Guru yoga of the white ah, in the sound of the last ah, and you're just sitting. Nobody's sitting. Of course, there's sensation and so on, but only if you interpret it, you think, oh, this is my body. When you just sit, the body becomes very thin, transparent. Body is a movement of energy, like the wind in the sky. And this is occurring within this circle or sphere of occurrence. So this technical term, Hlundrup, means instant presence of everything in awareness. It's not the instant presence of appearances to the mind, not something presenting to me. I am part of the instant presence. In emptiness, there is no I. The I emerges as a movement in the field. The undivided integrated field allows the movement of I without it being split into a separate domain. So when you get up from the practice, I am walking in this room. The room and I are emerging together. My body moves as the room reveals itself. This is non-dual participation. I'm here. It would be ridiculous to say I'm not here, but I'm not here as someone. I'm here with the room as the room. I am the energy of the field, and the field is the display of the ground. All the thoughts that arise within, however they arise, whether good or bad, subtle or gross, are the unimpeded intrinsic potential of awareness. They are all valid. They are the unimpeded intrinsic potential of awareness. Your sense that this is good or bad, subtle or gross, is secondary. So if you go out walking, you see an open field and many things are growing. It's everything which is growing is the display of the potential of the ground, the earth. It's so beautiful, you take your shoes off. You run around happy and free. And then you stand on a thistle. Ow! This is horrible. Bad nature. I thought you were good nature, but you're bad. Oh, like that. The judgment, good and bad, is after the fact of the emergence of the phenomena. The quality is relational, contingent. It is not inherent. So he says, so don't look for faults. We all have particular beliefs about behavior from our childhood and education. So it's very easy for us with this template of how things should be to enter into finding fault. For example, there are some people who walk their dogs along my street and they encourage the dogs to shit in the middle of the pavement. This is a not so passive aggression. Good people have their little plastic bag and they pick up the shit, but these people, no, they leave it for the community. These kind of events were easy to take as a provocation. This shouldn't happen. Why are they doing this? So for we who are meditators, don't look at the object. Look at your mind. You are tightening around this object. Look what this fixation on the object is doing to your presence in the moment. If you relax your mind, it's just something in the world. Then you can maintain the naked simplicity of awareness. But if you sit inside your frame of judgment, you will find that instead of being the mistress or the master of the world, you are the puppet. Dog shit makes me angry. How amazingly powerful the dog shit is. One bit of poop in the road and I am angry. What autonomy I have, what independence I have. So this we have to observe for ourselves. I imprison myself through making the object full of inherent existence. He says, don't accept or reject. Just whatever occurs, keep it in the field of appearance. We have to always remember, if something is figural, many things will go into the background. This fixture that I am focused on is being made special. It could be specially good or specially bad, but it is apart. The great inclusion. This is not the great inclusion. This is the great apart. So my mental activity divides the world. Oh, this is what the Lama says. He said it so many times. He's a good guy. This is ignorance. I ignore the open, empty ground, and I'm trapped in the thing. So panoramic vision and no bias or particularization, and therefore no accepting and rejecting. Maintain this self-arising, self-liberating directness free of grasping. The directness is the immediacy of what occurs, which includes yourself. And it's coming and going, free of grasping. As soon as you grasp, this is dog shit, it shouldn't be here, you are blocking the self-liberation of the appearance. When you walk down the street, many, many things appear and vanish, appear and vanish. When you grasp something, you pull it out of the flow of time. This then allows you to think about it later. What are you thinking about? Your thought. The object or the appearance is not there. So it's very important to allow the movement of arising and passing. So he says, maintain the simultaneity of arising and liberating, here and gone. But don't I need all these things? The thing is, if you allow this moment of appearance to dissolve, you are remaining with the direct unfolding of the next and the next and the next. It's always this, just this, just this. And this is all this. You hear, you see, you smell, oh, all this. You're not asleep, you're not dreaming of anything else, you're bright and you're here. You won't get lost because you're here. But if you start thinking about the dog shit, then in my street anyway, you're going to trip over the pavement because it's very uneven. So he says, no matter what kind of activity you are doing, act without thinking, easily and spontaneously. So not many people tell you to do this in life. Every school teacher is having a heart attack. So what does this mean? You are here. This here-ness is the non-dual undivided field. You are emerging with the field. On previous occasions, we've looked at this in terms of mountain biking down a hill or skiing, where the activity is so quick, you can't think about it. If you think about it, you will interrupt your immediate connection with the rapidly changing environment, and you're likely to have an accident. Connectivity is the path. The connectivity is the non-duality, the co-emergence. It keeps you in the world as the world is unfolding. If you think about what you're going to say, you lose the rhythm of the conversation. So he says easily and spontaneously. It's not that I am being spontaneous, but that I arise as the spontaneous expression of the ground. I am the flowering of the ground, and we don't need any gardener. Let it flower. And if you stay connected, it will fit. Whatever the situation, whether you're talking with a lot of people or one person, or you're going for a solitary walk, if you are fully present with the environment, it flows very easily. I am not subject or object, and other people are not subject or object. As the texts often say, in a almost magical way, we find ourselves. just in it. So this is something you need to explore for yourself. What is the role of anxiety in your life? Do you believe that anxiety keeps you safe? Do you believe that anxiety stops you making mistakes? You may believe this, but is there any real evidence for this? From this Dzogchen point of view, anxiety is the sign of ignoring the ground. That's why I'm always saying you have to relax, you have to relax. Ignoring the ground makes you tense. So there are many habits which are your karmic habits, but also your familial and cultural habits which need to be opened up to some fresh air. And then you can see, is this true or not? In what way does anxiety help me? Is there a basis for it? If you look, you see it's a subject-object division. Subject and object are like a haze which gets in the space of direct emergence. So it's very important not to prepare too much. If you are in non-dual connectivity, every moment of your existence is preparation. Connection is prior to knowledge. And you can live your life more and more in connectivity without relying on knowledge. Okay, if we take a break now and come back for our last session, we come back at 1:45 in about just over 20 minutes, please. Marvelous. What a marvelous world. Okay. So we've had a lot of words, and hopefully the words will help to free you from being tangled in words. So Robert has been preparing already a transcript of most of what we've done already, and then I'm going through it and rewriting a lot of it and changing it. So after some time, it will be available in a written form as well. And as he says, this one explanation is enough. The text is enough. So then he says, without grasping, stay loose and free. Without fixing on any object, keep flowing. Now, there's a deeper ethical point here, because you could read what we've been looking at on this last section as a kind of permission just to do whatever you want. But we always have to keep in mind that he's talking about the emergence of ourselves in the non-dual field. So spontaneously means the spontaneity of the field. Stay loose and free means fully connected with everything which is emerging together. Without fixing on any object, keep flowing. The flow is flowing, we are part of the flow. If you fixate on an object, it will take you out of the flow, or at least appear to. Unborn, flowing, flowing. Unceasingly flowing, flowing. Nothing is flowing. Clearly, we experience self-arising, self-vanishing moments of experience. But because this is always happening here and now, it's not going from one place to another place. It's not like a river flowing down from the mountains to the sea. This is more like a mountain spring flowing or bubbling up from out of the ground. It's showing and showing in the same place. So if you stay in the moment, the flow is the self-arising and self-vanishing flow. It's not that I am flowing through my life. No one is flowing. The flow is the uninterrupted offering of just this, just this, just this. What we experience is unborn, It never enters into true existence, and yet it's unceasing because there's always appearance, always sensation, always memory. So you see, he says, stay relaxed with the understanding of the lack of inherent existence in all things. Nothing that happens is real in the sense of existing in and of itself. Now, many difficult things happen in life. When Tibet was invaded, and then with the Cultural Revolution, there was a lot of destruction. Many people saw the symbols they believed in, the retreat houses and monasteries that they saw as sites of beauty and holiness and undeniable value. They saw these being destroyed. What was destroyed? Patterns of emptiness were destroyed. So this was very, very important, because otherwise you feel completely tormented at the destruction of what was precious. The mind is chief. Buildings fall down, forests are torn down, people are treated badly, there's murder, there's a lot of killing in the world. So how to integrate equanimity and compassion? Too much equanimity and these things happen. Too much compassion and then you get agitated. What is arising are the patterns of emptiness. They are here for a while, then they vanish. That's the concept of what is here. Your actual experience, moment by moment, is arising and passing. If you stay in the present moment, there are no things. There are no monasteries. There are no beautiful tankas being burned. This is difficult. We have an aesthetic sensibility. It seems obvious that this is precious and that is not precious. But this is not true. Lama used to say many, many times, at the center of the world is only one letter A. This is emptiness. Emptiness is basic. Nothing which appears separates from emptiness. Nothing is real. Truly, this life is like a dream. In this dream, we can be compassionate, we can be kind, we can be supportive to other appearances arising in the dream. So this is very important, to never forget compassion, but to keep it inseparable from awareness of emptiness. So that's why he says, stay relaxed with the understanding of the lack of inherent existence in all things. Many things that we value will be destroyed. Stay relaxed. They are being destroyed. This world will change into patterns we wouldn't recognize. The world we have now is not at all like 30 years ago. In Britain, the surveys show that even children in primary school have a high exposure to pornography through their mobile phones. How people come into their life and what they take to be normal and abnormal shifts enormously. But there is no inherent existence. Children used to work in factories, or they would be out helping in the fields aged 8 years and so on. There are always problems. This is samsara. The true nature of samsara is emptiness. Samsara arises as samsara due to attachment. So again and again, you have to massage the Dharma into your heart so that you don't get carried away by solidifying interpretations of events and then be aroused through the 5 poisons. Then he says, yogis who practice this instant awareness have few needs. Because if you rest in open awareness, the object side is not so fascinating. The light, the patterning of what is immediately manifesting is the site of the most part of your awareness. So this is also called the Sambhogakaya, the mode of enjoyment. These sounds, shapes, colors, smells, tastes, they are enjoyable in their ungraspability. If you enjoy the sunset, no one can steal it from you. It's not a thing you get. If you save your money and you buy something precious, someone can steal it or it can break. You have a beautiful painting, but you can't just look at it all day long. Whereas if you have a beautiful mind, that's where you live. Objects don't go with us. So better to stay with awareness. Then he says, although there is much Dharma that can be studied, it does not bring one to the presence of awareness. Knowing about Dharma and living Dharma are not the same. The presence of awareness means that awareness is shining through you. So, as he said before, you need an introduction to this by someone who is familiar with it. Then you need to stay with it till it ripens in you, and then you have to just continue with it. So he says, so stop Dharma activities, for then instant awareness becomes very easy. That's not so relevant for us. That was more for people in Tibet, because there were many, many holy things. Every village had its stupas and small temples, and there were stones with mantras written on them and so on. But what it means is a Dharma activity is important to do because it is holy. But everything is holy. Everything is part of the whole. It is pure from the very beginning. So if you make Dharma special, you make other things not special. So for example, when I went to Zanskar, the first little monastery we came to had bullet holes in the Buddha statues. Some people had come from Pakistan, people who believe in just one God and think that statues are very bad, so they're shooting at the statue. Is this good or bad? Who is going to decide? Buddhists say bad, Muslims say good. Well, there's two opinions, two oppositional opinions. That's a good basis for war. Perhaps we should form some little battalion of Western Buddhists to march into Pakistan. These are our enemies. The only good enemy is a dead enemy. We will avenge this insult to our dignity. You shot the Buddha statue. This is really, really bad. People believe such things and they kill for it. In the Cultural Revolution, many monks and nuns were treated terribly badly on the basis that they wanted to do Dharma practice. So Dharma practice can easily become a symbol in the world. We have Christians, we have Muslims, we have Hindus, we have Buddhists. Namkhai Norbu said many, many times, Dzogchen is not Buddhism. It's a way to awaken to your own mind. It's not a system of beliefs. People kill because of beliefs. But if you rest in open awareness, why would you want to kill anyone? Awareness is very peaceful. The agitated, biased ego self is not peaceful. So don't concern yourself with making Dharma good, Buddhism good, and other religions bad, or your own practice good. Don't attribute value to anything because it will always be an object. So then he says, this instant awareness is very dangerous for samsara. Samsara is maintained by dualistic conceptualization. When you rest in open awareness, you're not confirming or resourcing or feeding dualism in any way. Samsara is like a group hallucination. It is built out of beliefs. Well, he says again, instant awareness is the greatest destroyer of confusion. Confusion arises by seeing an illusion and not seeing the illusion as illusion, but believing it to be real and so becoming deluded. So if you rest peacefully in your mind, there will be nothing to confuse you. We are confused when we think that where there is an absence of inherent existence, there is actually something there. I am here with you, but I don't exist. How is this possible? Because existence is a false interpretation of what occurs. Confusion develops when we start with the assumption that everything which occurs is an entity, is something which has its own defining inner truth. How can I talk without existing? It's quite easy. It just happens. That's what's happening all the time. How can you walk without existing? You are connective energy. You walk in different ways on different kinds of terrain. You are pliable, flexible, responsive. If you had a fixed existence, you wouldn't be like that. Your potential, your creativity, and your responsiveness are the display of ground emptiness. This instant awareness, which he has been describing, arrives at Buddhahood and speedily accomplishes the benefit of oneself and all others. The Tibetan word for Buddhahood is Sangye. Sang means pure and Gye means complete or expansive. So pure is Kada, primordial purity, and complete is this instant display of appearance. To rest in how it is Buddha. To imagine how it's not and to busy yourself with adjusting and correcting is to be a sentient being. So how does this speedily accomplish the benefit of oneself and all others? So if you rest in awareness, you don't have too many hopes and fears. You are already complete. Problems arise when we are looking to someone else to give us what is lacking in ourselves. If you can give me something I can't give myself, then I need you. So to benefit oneself, one awakens to the fact that all that is required is already happening. And how do we help other people then? So if you have a small child, maybe 6 months, and they're upset about something, you might have a little rattle or some toy, and then you start to tell them a story about the toy. And if you catch their attention by giving the attention to the toy and the story and the sound, they leave their upset and become fascinated. While they were in the upset, it was very strong and very real and completely controlling of them. But once they're out of it, they're out of it. So this is what we can try to do as we relate to other people, ease them out of their fixation. Our task is facilitation. Our path is to make the life of others easier. Facilitation is the main part of the work of the Bodhisattva. If you talk with someone, you find that they are locked up in something which seems very real and strong for them. It's very serious. You have to find a way to make it easy without them feeling shamed or mocked. How will you do that? Well, you know how to get lost. You've been lost many times. You've got used to being aware of being lost. And the fact that when you become aware that you're lost, you're not so lost. And in fact, if you stay with the awareness of being lost, you are actually not lost. So this is the main way to help other beings. You know that lostness is not so serious, that self-hatred and agitation and blame increase the density and darkness of the lostness. So you can practice this for yourself. Take a piece of string and tie it in different kinds of knots, and then untie it by opening up the knots. Then tie it again with many different knots and hold the two ends and pull very hard again and again. Now the knots are very tight, much more difficult to untie. So this is what people do in samsara. The Buddha says, all sentient beings want to be happy, but everywhere they behave in ways that generate only unhappiness. So facilitation means to be an expert in knots. If you are at home with knots and you don't see them as a terrible moral crime, as some final judgment, then you can be interested in how to help the person untie the knot. The best approach is collaboration, so that you reduce the tension on the string. So this means that you bring some mood of relaxed confidence, attention to the detail of how the person is, not being demanding or judgmental, working with their capacity, going at the speed they can go at. Then you become a collaborative joint venture. So then he says, when you die, let your breath stop in the state of the intrinsic clarity of awareness. It means you have your last breath going out of your body and release yourself into the breath, through the breath, and relax in the state of the intrinsic clarity of awareness. Then you merge your awareness inseparably with the intrinsic mode, the Dharmakaya Samantabhadra. He's talking here of the first bardo. Once you leave your body, there is nothing. You know nothing, which is home territory for you. You're not frightened of nothing, and you're not longing for something. And then you find yourself in the Dharmakaya of the foundational Buddha. What does this mean? It means the darkness or the non-differentiation of this first bardo, the Dharmata or Chuni bardo, gives rise to the dawn. Awareness manifests again clearly, and you have the open sky. So you can rest in that state, or from it you're aware of the manifesting of the Sambhogakaya and then the Nirmanakaya. These technical terms can sound a little bit bewildering, but when you are used to being open and empty, with the space of this open emptiness filled with the instant presence of the non-duality of the presence of awareness and illusory appearance, then you can be, from this, you're born into the world in the manner of a dream. Life is a dream. How should we approach it? Relaxed, open, trusting. And he says, if you do this, in this life, you will gain the Buddhahood in the intrinsic mode. So if you practice what he's been describing, you awaken already to the Dharmakaya before you die. In simple language, the Dharmakaya means without doing anything, everything is done. Walking is walking. You are not walking. In the sense of you as an individual agent having to make yourself walk. The walking arises with the necessity of the terrain or the task. It doesn't have to come out of you, but because you are connected activity will arise. If you are a child, you do child things. If you're an adult, you do adult things. But if you stay present in awareness, you'll find that each of these doings is doing itself. For example, if you're washing your dishes by hand, you pick up a fork and you're rubbing some sponge thing to take the dirt off, and then you're cleaning a glass. As you pick the glass up, the lightness and the fragility of the glass is directing how you clean it. You clean the fork on the basis of how the fork is, and you clean the glass on the basis of how the glass is. So you don't need to work that out. It's not a cognitive test. So the more you trust the connectivity of self, well, it's not self and other, but awareness in the field, then activity becomes harmonious and effective and precise. Then he says, for the sake of others, manifest the activity of helping beings in the manner of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Here, this means you can always do more. When the mind is like the sky, you can do more. When you are identified with your ego, you get tired, you get bored, you get angry, and so on. So this is very important to see. You make ceaseless offerings to the Buddhas, and you bring the blessing of the Buddhas to all beings. You offer up, and you offer out, and you offer up and out, and there is no end to this. So when you go for a walk and you see the blossom on the trees, it's offered to the Buddhas. And when you see the magnificent dog shit on the pavement, you offer it to the Buddhas. Everything can be offered because everything is the empty display of the ground. Everything is pure from the very beginning. So the more you see this, then you live in a continuous stream of connectivity. There's no limit to what can be offered and shared. So he says, knowing this essential point, you must be diligent solely in the practice of awareness. We practice awareness by relaxing out of the ego, out of the ego, out of the ego. And when you shrink and collapse into this egoic potential, surrounded by thoughts which seems to trap you inside, then just stay present with the self-vanishing of thoughts. So Mipam Rinpoche, in his famous commentary on the 7-line prayer, says, like in the 4th line, when it's describing how Padmasambhava is surrounded by dakinis, Kordu Kandro Mompoi Kor, these dakinis are your thoughts, feelings, memories, happy moments, sad moments, self-hatred, self-doubt, everything. This is a symbolic way of saying thought is the movement of the empty sky. So stay present. And if you shrink, relax. You can just tighten your hand, tighten your fist now as if you're grasping something. And then relax. Which of these two requires more effort? Tense? Relax. Oh, let's do relax. We're worried now about energy supply. Do your bit for climate change. Don't burn up the body's energy in unnecessary activity. Then he says, life is easily spent in distraction, so it is vital to remain free of distraction. This is very true. We know this. How nice just to let the mind wander here and there. You can do that if you are resting in awareness. But if you slip into egoic identification, then distraction is truly difficult and even dangerous for you. As with most people as they get older, I find that when I look back, I think, where did this life go? I was young, I was doing all these things. Now, where have the years gone? This life will fade so quickly. And you spend your time doing these very important things. The important thing from the point of Dzogchen is not that you have to do anything in particular, but don't split, don't fragment, don't be dispersed. The great integrity or the great whole or the great inclusion means everything which occurs is within the space of awareness. Awareness is never distracted. Ego sensibility is easily distracted. Ego is not something which exists in itself. It is a patterning of the manifesting energy that occurs moment by moment. It is like a mirage. It seems to be something and it's not something. But if you take it as real, you get swept along on its false construction. So, since, as he said, it's vital to remain free of distraction, that's simply another way of saying release and relax back into awareness. Don't blame yourself. Don't judge yourself. If you don't feel able to meditate for some time, that's how it is. If when you sit to meditate, you fall asleep, that's how it is. If you stay balanced, thinking, this is how it is, not as an excuse, but just an acceptance, then you are already a little bit present. Then you just notice, oh, the space for meditation is not available because the space is filled with something. So you just sit and observe what is filling the space. Thoughts, memories, plans, and they vanish. And then, by allowing the self-liberating actuality of the mind to function, you find yourself actually in meditation without trying. So then he says, that is what I have to say. Then he says, this instruction, if practiced by fortunate people, will certainly bring enlightenment in one lifetime. Now, there's a little tricky word in this sentence. Fortunate people. Are we fortunate people? Maybe we are the unfortunate people. Oh, how could we become fortunate people? Fortunate people recognize that what this Holy Lama has said is very deep and very true. Fortunate people think, oh, because this is deep and true, I wish to do this. Fortunate people recognize this is what my life is for. Without changing any of the external forms of my life, the task is to maintain their integrity within the single bindu, the single ball of the Dharmakaya. If we do this, then certainly we will see the emptiness of the ground mind, the brightness of the appearance of that ground mind, and find ourselves moving and responding according to circumstances. So then he said, then this is not his words anymore. This preliminary practice called the quick path to enlightenment, by which all beings can gain Buddhahood in one lifetime, was presented by Buddha Shri and printed by Dzogchen. Buddha Shri is another name for Lama Chetsangpa Rinpoche. Then it says, by its virtue may all beings gain Buddhahood. Well, whatever benefit we have gained by study together, may all beings be awakened. And if you have time to do a retreat, this is a very excellent text to support you. And he began always reminding us of our precious human birth and so on. So if you find that you're not able to sit in meditation for whatever reason, then you can simply reflect on the introductory comments he made. Look at the birds in the sky, see how they live. When I look out of my kitchen window, I can see in my neighbor's back garden a little family of foxes. London is full of foxes. There are two little cubs and mama and papa. And the little ones run around, they're quite interested. And the parents lie in the sun and quite tired. A typical family. So there is so much to remember about life in the six realms when you see a little family like that. This is not an ideal environment for foxes. If they eat rats, they can get diseases. Difficult even to catch pigeons. Very quickly, the cubs get some diseases of the skin and their fur falls out. You see this everywhere, the sadness of samsara. So I will work for them. They cannot free themselves. These are all my parents from previous lives. They took care of me. I have a debt of gratitude to them. So the suffering of others then touches our heart and brings us deeper and deeper into the practice. So everything you see, you taste, you touch, it can be part of your Dharma practice. So now we come to the end of our time together. In May, there is another teaching. And there are some question and answer sessions. And then we will have to see how the virus is behaving. So again, many thanks to our translators and to Pedro in the background for his careful recording and organization. The videos will be available soon. You can share them with other people if you know anyone who is interested. And thank you for your good attention. It's quite difficult to stay connected with so many different ideas. And for me, it's very nice because I remember translating this text with Sia Lama in the back courtyard of his little house, just him and me writing it up again in the evenings. And now it spreads out to more people, which is very sweet. Means the blessing of the great guru, Sia Lama, will spread and increase in all directions. So, the end. So, bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, James.
Bye.
Bye, James.
Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Bye. Bye. Bye.
much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. James. Thank you very much.
Bye, James.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, James. Gracias, James.
Obrigado, James. Obrigado.
Gracias, Juan.
Gracias.
Ciao.
Gracias, Pedro, Juan y Mónica.
Gracias a todos. Un placer. Gracias.